speaker apa next slide, cakap semua, audience dengar tapi audience tak nampak apa slide tu kan. Audience tengok speaker masih bercakap slide dekat apa yang lama, yang sebelum ni. Padahal speaker dah cakap pasal slide yang selepasnya kan. Itu je lah lagging dia kan. Tapi it should be okay je.
So Dr. Dora, saya punya quality audio saya okey ke?
Audio okey?
Okey, jelas Alright, thank you.
Dekat office ke? Dekat rumah? Ke office lah?
Saya ni kat rumah.
Kat rumah.
Saya masuk office. You can see my work dekat belakang ni.
Betul. Dr. Yuzi tak boleh tukar background belakang
Tak boleh, ada cuba. Dia tulis itu your system does not support.
Oh, ya ke? Okay.
Sebab saya sebab komputer tu saya dah beli, lepas tu dia orang tak tahu kenapa IT tak nak upgrade saya punya sistem. Sebab komputer sendiri dia kata. So saya biar je lah kat situ. Janji it works. Okay, so now we are waiting. Lama lagi tu. Semua duk pandang each other. Nak tengok. Okay, let me see. Kalau I close ni jadi apa Oh, I tak ada gambar. See? Even my gambar pun tak ada kat situ. Saya try banyak kali nak masukkan gambar. Even gambar saya tak boleh masukkan dalam, kan dekat nama kita tu kan yang kosong, dia kosong. Try. Tak boleh. Dia punya gun agaknya komputer ni. Okay, I'm trying to get my student to come in. Sepatutnya saya ada lecture ni. Saya punya kelas tu very funny. 3 jam semua at the same time. Pagi 2 jam, lepas tu pukul 12. So saya kata kat dia orang, since you are free the entire time, please. Saya tak nampak nama orang tu pada jagalah kau. Kesian dia. Okay, let me see. Sedang di Zoom juga.
Dr. Yuzi.
Ya saya.
Ada berapa slide Dr. Yuzi?
Slide saya buat 10. Saya buat 10 je sebab saya takut sebab slide saya apa orang kata macam dia sebab dia an open topic kan, takut nanti melalut banyak sangat. Kalau buat lebih pada 10 takut saya makan masa sampai besok pagi.
Tak apalah, you pandai goreng tak apa.
Not that. Dia lebih pada macam kalau you habis 30 minutes pun sepatutnya topik ni budak sepatutnya bertanya. Kalau dia tak bertanya, maksudnya student yang masuk dalam this lecture ni memang susahlah nak bagi dia macam tu. Dia mesti, kalau saya habis awal, dia orang patut boleh bertanya. Sepatutnya lagi banyak soalan. That's the idea lah, hopefully. Tapi kalau tak ada soalan tu memang something is wrong dengan dia orang, atau sebab saya nak guna bahasa Inggeris, takut tak faham.
Okay, tak apa. Anyway, yang standby punya slide saya tu siapa yang standby saya punya slide? In case saya punya ada masalah connection nanti.
Yang standby tak tahu?
Standby?
Bukan, maksud saya yang ada copy slide saya tu.
Kami ada technical. Dia standby slide.
Oh, dia standby just in case.
Technical akan take over kalau ada problem.
Oh, okay.
Terima kasih.
Sebenarnya saya ada banyak benda saya buat yang boleh relate to this. Tapi semua dekat sini. Lepas tu sekarang nak mencari penuh perasaan tak jumpa semua. Aduh. Seksa betul.
Tim technical, boleh kita play macam music sikit? Boleh? Cik Faizal ada? Kita play slow mo music sikit. Nanti audience masuk adalah something.
So our guest from Indonesia dah masuk ke?
Ada nampaknya tu.
Ada Dr. Muhammad ya?
Ada 2 frame dah. Kat saya ni ada 2 frame dah nampaknya. Student pun dah.
Saya go off grid kejap pasal banyak pusing-pusing ni.
Okay, student kita ada 42 participant dah.
Baik.
Ya Naki.
Kipas ke? Bunyi kipas tak?
Apa?
Bunyi kipas tak?
Kipas? Tak ada. Tak ada.
Okey lah. Anda.
Okey.
Okay, Assalamualaikum. Ni saya dah live kan dekat YouTube UiTM Pahang Rasmi untuk ni. So mungkin boleh tengok dekat UiTM Pahang Rasmi. Kalau ada masalah, bagi tahu saya. Kalau tak muncul ke dekat UiTM Pahang Rasmi.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan selamat sejahtera kepada semua. Selamat datang ke program Global Lecture Series Malaysia-Indonesia 2021. Hari ini sekalian, untuk makluman program ini juga disiarkan secara langsung live di YouTube channel UiTM Cawangan Pahang Rasmi. Para peserta juga, bagi memastikan kelancaran program kita pada hari ini, saya memohon kerjasama para peserta semua untuk memastikan kamera dan mikrofon, terutamanya mikrofon, di-off-kan atau di-mute-kan. Para peserta juga diingatkan untuk mengisi link kehadiran yang akan diberi pada penghujung sesi hari ini, insyaAllah. Burung tempua hinggap merata, sayang merbah di pohon cemara. Assalamualaikum mulanya kata, awal bismillah pembuka bicara. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan selamat sejahtera kepada semua.
Waalaikumsalam.
Salam khazanah alam daripada UiTM Cawangan Pahang. Salam UiTM di hatiku. Dan salam ukhuwah Malaysia-Indonesia. Selamat datang ke program Global Lecture Series Malaysia-Indonesia 2021 yang julung kali diadakan di antara Universiti Teknologi Mara, UiTM Cawangan Pahang, Pahang, Malaysia dan bersama dua rakan universiti dari Indonesia iaitu Universitas Hasanuddin, Makassar dan Universitas Halu Olio Kendari. Bagi memuliakan dan memohon agar program kita pada hari ini diberkati, marilah kita sama-sama mengaminkan doa yang akan dibacakan oleh Encik Ahmad Faris Seman.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Allahumma ya Rahman ya Rahim. Kami berkumpul pada hari ini menadah tangan untuk sama-sama menyatakan syukur ke atas anugerah yang Kau berikan ke atas kami. Sempena program ini kami memohon bantuan dan bimbingan dari-Mu ya Allah. Kami memohon doa dengan penuh rendah diri ya Allah agar kami berjaya mencapai objektif dan tujuan program ini dengan cemerlang. Ya Latif ya Rahman, kami mohon agar diberi kekuatan dan keberanian untuk kami mencapai ilmu pengetahuan yang lebih meluas. Bimbinglah kami ke arah kecemerlangan, kedamaian, kemenangan dan kebaikan di dunia dan akhirat. Jadikanlah kami cendekiawan yang bertanggungjawab. Kurniakan kami ilmu pengetahuan yang akan memberi manfaat kepada seluruh umat manusia bagi meraih redha-Mu ya Allah. Berkatilah usaha kami ya Allah. Berkatilah kesihatan tubuh badan yang kami miliki ya Allah. Kuatkanlah semangat kami dan lindungilah kami dari sebarang penyakit terutama dalam keadaan pandemik COVID-19 ini ya Allah. Allahumma inni a'udzubika minal baras wal junun wal juzam wa min sayyi'il asqam. Allahumma ya aziz ya qahar. Ya Allah, kurniakanlah kekuatan kepada pemimpin-pemimpin kami untuk terus menerus berkhidmat pada masyarakat, negara dan agama. Ya Allah, jadikanlah negara kami negara yang sentiasa mendapat berkat yang berpanjangan darimu. Rabbana zalamna anfusana wa illam taghfir lana wa tarhamna lanakunanna minal khasirin. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Amin, amin ya rabbal alamin. Terima kasih diucapkan kepada Encik Omar Faris. Seterusnya marilah sama-sama kita nyanyikan lagu kebangsaan Malaysia, Negaraku, diikuti oleh lagu kebangsaan Indonesia, Indonesia Raya.
Indonesia Raya.
Terima kasih atas kerjasama yang diberikan. Yang berbahagia Profesor Teknologis Dr. Muhammad Ilham Adnan menjalankan tugas Rektor UiTM Cawangan Pahang. Yang dihormati Dr. Mahatma Lanuru, ST MSc, Direktor Kemitraan Unhas, mewakili Rektor Universitas Hasanuddin. Yang saya hormati Profesor Insinyur Dr. Teguh Wijayanto, MSc PhD, Ketua Jabatan Antarabangsa UHO, mewakili Rektor Universitas Halu Olio. Yang dihormati Pengurusan Kanan Universiti, Dekan-dekan, Ketua-ketua Barisan Penceramah Jemputan, para pensyarah, dosen-dosen, para mahasiswa dan mahasiswi daripada UiTM Cawangan Pahang, Universitas Hasanuddin, Universitas Halu Olio, Universitas Abdul Rab dan Universitas Negeri Malang, serta tuan-tuan dan puan-puan yang dihormati sekalian. Marilah kita bersama-sama memanjatkan kesyukuran kepada Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala kerana dengan limpah dan izinnya kita semua diberikan peluang dan ruang masa untuk sama-sama menjayakan program Global Lecture Series Malaysia-Indonesia 2021 pada pagi yang indah lagi permai ini. Para hadirin yang dihormati sekalian, bagi memulakan program kita pada pagi ini, dijemput yang berbahagia Profesor TS Dr. Muhammad Ilham Adnan menjalankan tugas Rektor UiTM Cawangan Pahang bagi menyampaikan ucapan aluan. Dipersilakan.
Terima kasih saudara pengacara majlis. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Yang dihormati Dr. Mahatma Lanuru, Direktor Kemitraan Universitas Hasanuddin. Yang saya hormati Profesor Insinyur Teguh Wijayanto, Head of International Office Universitas Halu Olio. Rakan-rakan ahli jawatankuasa eksekutif UiTM Cawangan Pahang, ketua-ketua pusat pengajian, rakitan akademik dan pentadbiran, penceramah-penceramah daripada UiTM dan juga daripada Universitas Hasanuddin dan Universitas Halu Olio, serta mahasiswa dan mahasiswi yang saya kasihi sekalian. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera dan juga selamat pagi semua. Alhamdulillah, kita bersyukur kehadrat Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala di atas limpah kurnianya dapat kita bersama-sama berkumpul secara maya ini untuk menjayakan program Global Lecture Series 2021 between Malaysia and Indonesia. Saya ingin mengucapkan setinggi-tinggi penghargaan saya kepada Universitas Hasanuddin dan juga Universitas Halu Olio Indonesia di atas kesudian untuk bekerjasama dalam menjalankan program antarabangsa ini. Ini merupakan usaha murni daripada ketiga-tiga universiti untuk sama-sama berkongsi ilmu pengetahuan, sama-sama berkongsi kepakaran masing-masing di peringkat global. Seperti yang kita sedia maklum, seluruh dunia sekarang ini sedang mengalami pandemik COVID-19. Justru kita terpaksa mengambil langkah-langkah keselamatan yang telah ditetapkan bagi memastikan wabak ini tidak dapat dijauhi. Kita tiada pilihan kecuali untuk melaksanakan aktiviti kita secara maya seperti ini. Sebenarnya perjuangan untuk melawan COVID-19 ini masih belum selesai. Kita masih lagi mengharumi permasalahan ini dan marilah kita sama-sama berdoa agar pandemik ini dapat diangkat semula oleh Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala bagi membolehkan kita untuk menjalankan kehidupan kita dan tugasan kita seperti sedia kala insya-Allah. Hadirin dan hadirat yang saya hormati sekalian, sebenarnya pembangunan negara bukan sahaja dinilai dari segi kepusatan ekonomi, malahan ia juga dapat diukur melalui perkembangan pendidikan sebuah negara. Jadi melalui aktiviti yang kita lakukan seperti hari ini, saya yakin ketiga-tiga universiti iaitu Universiti Teknologi Mara, Universiti Hasanuddin dan juga Universitas Halu Olio dapat meningkatkan lagi visibility keantarabangsaan masing-masing yang sememangnya penting untuk kita semua sebagai sebuah universiti. Untuk makluman rakan-rakan dari Unhas dan juga UHO, kami di UiTM sentiasa berusaha untuk lebih menarik minat pelajar-pelajar antarabangsa terutama sekali daripada Indonesia untuk datang belajar di Malaysia Dan ini juga merupakan satu usaha yang diselaraskan dengan peranan UiTM untuk menguatkan lagi hubungan dengan universiti-universiti antarabangsa. Hadirin dan hadirat yang saya hormati sekalian, selain daripada kita mengeratkan hubungan di antara UiTM, Cawangan Pahang dan juga universiti antarabangsa, tujuan utama program diadakan adalah untuk memberi peluang dan pengalaman kepada pensyarah dan juga mahasiswa untuk berkongsi, berinteraksi, berkongsi kepakaran, berkongsi pendapat, berkongsi ilmu pengetahuan, dan saya juga menjangkakan program ini akan boleh dijadikan sebagai satu platform yang bersesuaian untuk perkongsian strategik dan komprehensif di antara mahasiswa UiTM dan juga mahasiswa daripada Universitas Hasanuddin dan Universitas Salu Oleo Indonesia. Hadirin dan hadirat yang saya hormati sekalian, saya amat gembira bila dimaklumkan bahawa program Global Lecture Series 2021 between Malaysia and Indonesia ini akan diadakan selama 2 hari, mulai hari ini 22 dan juga 23 Jun 2021 ini, yang melibatkan pelajar dari UiTM Cawangan Pahang seramai 172 orang dan juga 30 wakil pelajar masing-masing dari Universitas Halu Oleo dan juga Universitas Hasanuddin Indonesia. Program ini saya juga dimaklumkan akan turut dihadiri oleh pensyarah daripada UiTM dan juga rakan-rakan pensyarah daripada kedua-dua universiti di Indonesia ini. Hadirin dan hadirat sekalian, saya mengharapkan program sebegini dapat memberi faedah dan nilai tambah kepada pelajar-pelajar yang mengambil bahagian pada hari ini. Diharapkan juga pelajar-pelajar dapat ambil peluang ini untuk bertukar idea dan bertukar pendapat serta mengambil nilai-nilai murni yang boleh dijadikan sebagai panduan untuk membina siasah diri dan juga meningkatkan lagi daya fikir intelektual di kalangan pelajar-pelajar kita. Saya amat berharap sangat agar program ini dapat diteruskan dan dapat ditambah baik daripada tahun ke tahun. Hadirin dan sekalian, akhir kata saya ingin mengucapkan tahniah dan syabas kepada ahli jawatankuasa program, pihak Universitas Hasanuddin dan juga Universitas Salu Oleo serta semua pihak yang bertungkus lumus untuk memastikan projek ini ataupun program ini berjalan dengan lancar dan sempurna. Jadi dengan itu, dengan lafaz Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, saya merasmikan Global Lecture Series 2021 between Malaysia dan Indonesia. Sekian. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Majlis merakamkan ucapan terima kasih kepada yang berbahagia Prof atas ucapan aluan dan perasmian beliau sebentar tadi. Para hadirin yang dimuliakan, untuk pengetahuan semua, program Global Lecture Series ini dijalankan selama 2 hari, iaitu sesi pertama atau hari pertama pada hari ini, manakala sesi kedua atau hari kedua pula akan diteruskan pada hari esok. Bagi hari pertama, kita akan bersama dengan 4 orang penceramah. Penceramah pertama kita ialah Profesor Madya TS Dr. Megat Ahmad Kamal, Megat Hanafiah dari UiTM Cawangan Pahang. Penceramah kedua pula ialah Dr. Ramadan Tosepu, SKM MKes PhD dari Halu Oleo. Penceramah ketiga pula ialah Dr. Rina Masadah, MPhil SPPAK, DFM dari Hasanuddin. Dan penceramah terakhir kita pada hari ini ialah Profesor Madya CHM, Dr. Noyuziah Muhammad Yunus juga dari UiTM Pahang. Bersama kita juga Dr. Agustono Wibowo yang akan membantu jikalau ada apa-apa persoalan, pertanyaan ataupun perkongsian yang kurang difahami oleh kami di Malaysia ini, insya-Allah. Sebelum terlupa, izinkan saya memperkenalkan diri selaku moderator program pada hari ini. Saya Muhammad Nakiuddin Zulkarnain, moderator anda semua untuk sesi hari pertama Global Lecture Series Malaysia-Indonesia 2021. Sekali lagi diingatkan, para peserta dimohon agar menutup atau off-kan mikrofon ketika penceramah sedang bercakap. Untuk sesi Q&A, pertanyaan soal jawab, sekiranya para peserta program ingin mengajukan sebarang soalan atau pertanyaan buat para penceramah, boleh on-kan mikrofon, perkenalkan diri dan terus bertanyakan soalan, ataupun boleh juga terus menanyakan soalan dalam ruangan chat atau chat box. Terima kasih. Tanpa melengahkan masa, saya perkenalkan penceramah pertama kita dari UiTM Cawangan Pahang, Profesor Madya TS Dr. Megat Ahmad Kamal Megat Hanafiah. Beliau merupakan pensyarah kanan dalam bidang kimia di Fakulti Sains Gunaan UiTM Cawangan Pahang, kampus Jengka. Beliau mendapat ijazah sarjana muda dalam bidang kimia daripada RMIT University Australia dan ijazah sarjana sains persekitaran MSc in Environment di Universiti Putra Malaysia, UPM. Beliau menamatkan pengajian di Universiti Sains Malaysia, USM, dengan PhD in Analytical Chemistry. Tanpa melengahkan masa lagi, saya persilakan Prof. Madya TS Dr. Megat Ahmad Kamal untuk memulakan sesi beliau dengan tajuk Building Academic Career, Continuing Studies at Postgraduate Level. Dipersilakan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Muhammad Nakib, for the introduction. Bismillah, alhamdulillah, nahmaduhu wa nasta'inuhu wa nastaghfiruh wa na'udzu billahi min shururi anfusina wa min sayyiati a'malina, man yahdihillahu fala mudilla lahu wa man yudlil fala hadiya lahu. Asyhadu an la ilaha illallah wahdahu la syarika lah wa asyhadu anna Muhammadan 'abduhu wa rasuluh. Amma ba'd. Yang berbahagia, Profesor TS Dr. Muhammad Ilham Adnan, jalankan tugas rektor UiTM Cawangan Pahang, all the timbalan rectors UiTM Pahang, yang dihormati Dr. Mahatma Lanuru, Director Kemitraan Unhas, mewakili Rektor Universitas Hasanuddin, yang saya hormati Profesor IR Teguh Wijaya Yanto, Ketua Jabatan Antarabangsa UHAU, mewakili Rektor Universitas Halu Olio, yang dihormati pengurusan kanan Universiti, ketua-ketua barisan penceramah, dosen, para pensyarah, para mahasiswa dan mahasiswi daripada UiTM Cawangan Pahang, daripada Unhas dan juga Halu Olio, serta tuan-tuan perempuan yang dihormati sekalian, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So, first of all, I'd like to thank the Secretariat of UiTM Pahang for inviting me to share some information to UiTM, Unhas, and Halu Olio staff and students. I was informed that this is the first global lecture series between UiTM, Unhas, and Halu Olio universities. So, if I'm not mistaken, we had MOU between UiTM and Unhas last year, and early this year we had another MOU between UiTM and first we had MOU between UiTM and Unhas last year, and then early this year we had another MOU with Halu Olio. Yeah. So this is actually a good starting point for staff and students from all these three universities, to get to know each other. And then, as this global lecture series is attended by many degree students from three universities, I assume that many students might plan to pursue studies at a higher level, masters and PhD. So it might be a good idea to all students to get ready mentally, physically, financially, before they decide to embark the postgraduate journey. So I purposely chose this topic so that our students from all the three universities can have an idea, a rough idea, what should they know first before they continue their studies at postgraduate level. Right, I'm going to give this talk in both languages, English and Malay. And before that, let me share my screen. Okay, hopefully you all can see the screen. Boleh nampak?
Boleh.
Okay, my topic for today is building academic career, continuing studies at postgraduate level. To students from Unhas and Halu Olio, before I begin my talk, I just like to introduce UiTM to all of you. So this is the Chancellery building, sits on top of the hill facing the main entrance of UiTM. UiTM is the short form of University Technology Mara. And this building is located in Selangor, the main campus. And this is the campus of UiTM Chong and Pahang, campus Jengke. It is about 2.5 hours drive from Shah Alam, from the main campus. And right now I'm working in this campus. And my background is in chemistry, as already introduced by Mr. Nakib just now. So the short form of University Technology Mara is UiTM. This is our logo of UiTM. And currently the UiTM is ranked 651 to 700 in the QF University ranking system in 2020. So it is among the top 1,000 universities in the world. All right, UiTM is a very big university with a huge number of students. This is the map of Malaysia, as all of us know. So we have 14 states. All states have UiTM campuses except Federal Territory, KL, Kuala Lumpur. So the main campus is here in Selangor, main campus. And I'm right now here in Pahang, state of Pahang, UiTM Chong and Jengke, Pahang. And we have about, if I'm not mistaken, about 35 different 35 campuses throughout Malaysia. So at the top here in the north, we have Perlis branch, UiTM Perlis, and south we have this Johor branch. And then here we have Sarawak campus in Kuching, and then we have another campus in Kota Kinabalu. So we have, I think, about more than 180,000 students throughout Malaysia. So each campus has its own strength in research and teaching and learning process. For instance, in Pahang, we have many SNT programs. So we are quite strong in science and technology. In Perlis, we have also SNT programs. We have marine degree in marine technology. Here in Pahang we have one new course, which is one new program, which is degree in biodiversity. Another one we have the only program offered in UiTM, which is a degree in furniture or wood technology. Other states, for instance, in Kelantan, in Perak, Kedah, they offer more social science courses. For Pahang, Perlis, Penang is, I think, specialized in engineering courses. Here we have Negeri Sembilan, also offered many SNT courses. Malacca, social science courses. In Sarawak, they have courses like pure science or applied science, and we have agrotechnology. So it is a big university with a huge number of students. And you can browse the UiTM website by just typing UiTM. And then you can see here the list of all campuses in Malaysia, UiTM campuses in Malaysia. So the details of the programs and the strength in research and development, basically you can just know by clicking any of these campuses. Right, this is a statistic of UiTM. Right now we have produced nearly 900,000 graduates. And currently we have 189,000 students from diploma, degree, masters, and PhD students. And we have 17,969 staff, academic and non-academic staff. The academic staff, I think, is about half of this number, about 8,000. Yeah? So this data actually I obtained from the UiTM website as of January 2021. And then we have a huge number of programs, academic programs, offered at the diploma, degree, masters, and PhD levels. 498. So this is a huge number. And we have 35 campuses, as I mentioned just now. In terms of our performance in the past 5 years, UiTM has published, I think, more than 10,000 index publication. We have secured more than 3,000 research grants and more than 200 or 300 million research grant managed to be secured by our researchers. And currently we have more than 3,290 postgraduate students, mostly from Malaysia. So we are trying to attract more international students, maybe from Unhas or Halil Olio, who knows, after the pandemic, COVID-19 has been eradicated. And then we have, throughout Malaysia, we have 213 professors. I think more than 1,000 associate professors or senior lecturers. Right? We have 28 faculties. And then we have, out of 498 programs, we have about 217 postgraduate programs. Social science, SMT, engineering, health sciences, you just name it. All right. So those are the basic information about UiTM. And now I'm going to focus on the my topic today, which is building academic career. So my presentation will cover these 6 areas. The first one, I will explain to all our students, the undergraduate students, the difference between UG or undergraduate study and postgraduate study. There is a big difference actually, especially when you do postgraduate study in the research program or research mode. And then the second one is the level of postgraduate studies, ranging from masters to PhD. Why students opt to continue their career in doing the postgraduate study, and why they decide to continue their postgraduate study, and then how to apply and what are the entry requirements before you can enroll as a master or PhD student. And the fifth one, I think this is the most important to students to know how to choose the right field of research area. You need to choose the right research area so that you will not be stressed later on. And which one is more important? Choosing the university or choosing the supervisor? Actually, both are quite important. But to me, the most important is the supervisor. And then the last one is about tips. Tips to become a successful postgraduate student. All right, the first one. The differences between undergraduate and postgraduate studies. Well, when you go for convocation, you can see clearly some students, they put on this bonnet, or this one. We call this as hamburger hat, topi hamburger, because it looks like hamburger lah. So every time you eat hamburger, imagine you are going to be a PhD student. So this is the basic difference between UG and PG, postgraduate studies. But there are many more differences which I'll explain to you in detail. Okay. The first one, undergraduate level normally offered at diploma or bachelor, diploma and bachelor degree. But for postgraduate, we have master's, PhD, or professional programs. And then in undergraduate study, students are usually have to attend, of course, you have to attend classes, and then you have to sit for tests or exams. You have some assignments or practicals in the lab. So everything is structured. Everything is structured for you. But in postgraduate, you can have 3 different modes. The first one, you can enroll as a master student in coursework. Another one as a mixed mode student, or most students opt to choose this research mode. So coursework is a bit what I would say almost similar to undergraduate style of learning, because you have to attend classes. You also have lots of assignments, or sometimes you have tests or exams. But the duration is about, for coursework, about 1 year. For mixed mode, it's almost similar to coursework, but you might have to do, you might have to produce a mini thesis or dissertation. So the time or duration is slightly longer than coursework. Coursework might take about 1 year. Mixed mode can be 1 to 1.5 years. For research mode, it is offered at master's and PhD levels. So research mode for at master's level, it takes about 2 years. 2 years to complete. For PhD, about 3 years. But normally students spend about 2 to 4 years, 2 to 3 years for master's level, and then 3 to 4 years at PhD level. So this is for full time, the duration of study, full time. For part time, you can spend up to 7 years for PhD. Undergraduate, normally you will spend about 3 to 5 years depending on the courses that you attend. For instance, for pure sciences degree in physics or chemistry, you might spend about 3 to 4 years. But medic, you need to spend longer, maybe 5 years. So undergraduate studies, normally they offer full-time. Few programs offer part-time basis. And undergraduate, as I said just now, it is like structured. It is structured process of learning. Everything is ready for you. You have to attend the class. You have to take some numbers of credits each semester. You have to complete about 6 to 8 semesters to graduate. So everything is structured for you. But in postgraduate study, it is an independent learning process, especially in the research mode. So the research is conducted by you. You are the manager. Besides, the supervisor will give you a lot of advice to you, but you will do the work on your own. So this is why I say you are the manager. You have to arrange everything on your own when you continue your study by research mode. To graduate at diploma or bachelor's degree level, you need to complete, let's say, 90 credits, diploma. For degree, maybe more, 120 to 150 credits. But in postgraduate study, for coursework, I think you have to complete about 30 to 40 credits in 1 year. But for research mode, you don't really focus on the credit, but you need to produce a thesis. Okay? If you do your postgraduate master's or PhD by research mode, you have to produce a thesis, and you have to defend in the thesis in the viva session. Right, for undergraduate, you are the students are what we say as knowledge consumer. The lecturers attend, we come to the class, give knowledge to you, and you just absorb. Okay, but in postgraduate study, you are the knowledge producer, because you are conducting research. You are the one who knows your research. You will get a lot of data, a lot of findings, and you have to present your findings to research community or to other people. You can present, you can explain your findings by attending courses, by attending workshop, attending conferences, or you can write a journal. You have to present your research finding. And then at undergraduate level, usually the article materials are supplied by professors. So it's like everything is supplied. I mean, you have less work on getting the materials. Everything is prepared, ready for you. But in postgraduate study, you will have to find a lot of research material, journal articles from many databases. For example, from Scopus, from ISI, from Google Scholar. So you need to get the recent information rather than referring to textbook. Textbook, we have established knowledge. All the established knowledge are kept in the textbook or published in the textbook. But in postgraduate study, you will always find new findings. So you need to you need to publish your work in journals. And in postgraduate level, you have to have a supervisor, minimum one supervisor, or you can have two. So the role of supervisor is very crucial, because he or she will give you a lot of advice. He is a person who will help you to get your master or PhD. So you need to have a good relationship with your supervisor. So your supervisor will help you, guide you during 2 or 3 years of your study, so that you will not get derailed. Okay, so your supervisor will know, oh, okay, I think you are doing too broad. You need to narrow down your research. That's what the role of supervisor is very important in giving advice. Right, postgraduate levels. The second topic. Usually we have 2 levels at postgraduate. The first one is master's degree. So you can choose by coursework, attending class, or you can choose by research. So by research, you don't have to attend class. Everything is done like in science, in chemistry, you have to do your research in the laboratory. Okay, but sometimes your supervisor might ask you to attend workshop, just to improve for the purpose of professional development. And then we have the maybe the toughest part, the toughest program, which is doctoral or PhD degree. Usually this one is conducted by research mode. But in Malaysia, I think you have Doctor of Business Administration. You have to attend a lot of classes in DBA. But at the end, you have to produce the thesis. So this is a thesis. Thesis is an unpublished work. So it's like a very thick book kept in the library, special areas in the library. So this thesis is what you need to produce later on before you graduate, and you have to defend your work. You have to attend the viva. So in Malaysia, we have a viva session before you can graduate. But if you go to, if I'm not mistaken, in Australia, there's no viva session. Normally, this thesis is given to the assessor, and they just evaluate, they just read and give comments without, you don't have to attend the viva, right? Reasons to pursue postgraduate studies. This is also quite important. There are many reasons why students want to pursue postgraduate study. So this is the flow chart of what you are going to experience after you have completed your degree. The first one, well, I think many students might want to get a job, start earning money. So after you graduate, you start to find jobs. But since we have COVID-19 pandemic, sometimes I call my students. They explain to me that they have difficulty. They have difficulty to find job. The job market just shrink. So they are thinking about the second option. Continue learning at postgraduate level. So you have two choices. Either you can find a job or you can continue your master or PhD study. To me, what is important is your intention, niat, your pure intention. If you really want to become an academic or docent, if you think that in the next 5 or 10 years you want to be successful in academic career, I think it is good to go to choose this path. When I was a student at degree level last time, I already decided that one day I want to become a lecturer. So I already decided that first I need to do masters and then continue with the PhD. Because I have set my mind that I want to become a lecturer at age, let's say 28 or 30. Alhamdulillah, Allah approve my niat. So niat kena betul, niat kena ikhlas. If you do your postgraduate study with a wrong intention or niat you tak betul, then you might encounter a lot of problems. But if you really want to become a good person, a good researcher, then this is the best way to choose, the best path to choose. But there's nothing wrong with this one. What we don't want to see is you're not working, you don't decide to continue your study, you just sit at home, menganggur. Itu problem sikit lah. Kita tak nak itulah yang berlaku. Alright. What are the reasons to pursue postgraduate studies? The first one, knowledge contribution, love of learning. So here you really love or you have a high passion for knowledge. This is very important in postgraduate study. You continue your study because you really love knowledge. You really want to increase or deepen your knowledge in a particular research area. Because in postgraduate study, especially by research mode, you will discover a lot of findings by doing readings, by doing experiments. Like in my field of research in analytical chemistry, there are heaps of data that you can get. So there's a very little chance for you to fail if you are doing research in analytical chemistry. And then you can share your knowledge or publication through publication or by attending seminar. So this is what the supervisor will encourage you to do. Maybe after 6 months or after 1 year, you have gathered a lot of data or findings, so you can start sharing your findings with other people through publication or through seminars. And remember, knowledge has no boundaries. Sometimes when you continue your study at postgraduate level, you notice that, oh, I need to know statistics. I need to know more areas that I did not learn at degree levels. So you have to discover many new areas. And remember, learning is, we're talking about continuous learning process. I never stop learning. It's right, the concept of cradle to grave means that you learn when you are still young until before you die. So it is a continuous learning process. It's good for you. And when you become a docent, every day, every week, every month, you have to read. So reading is the main job of a lecturer. Reading and writing. Okay, the second one, you will work with the best people. Experience best, apa tu? Saya tak nampak ni macam mana nak alih. Working with the best people and experience the best facilities. So you will be surrounded with, at universities we have a lot of professors, professors or researchers, and we have a lot of masters and PhD students. So they compete among each other. They want to become the best PhD or master student. You are surrounded with highly motivated people, and then you have a lot of excellent study materials like journals, or you can have, or you can learn a lot of latest advanced technologies, or you will be guided by maybe by experts, guest expert, especially when you attend lectures, international conference, for instance. Okay, so you will be working with the best people in your respective field of research. Next, the good thing about pursuing at postgraduate level, it will improve. It is related to the professional development. The professional development is about enhancing your skill. Maybe you have lack of experience or skill in certain areas. So postgraduate study will help you to improve those kind of weaknesses, weaknesses that you have. For instance, in the undergraduate study, academic writing is not really not really emphasized. But at master's and PhD level, academic writing is very important, especially when you want to submit your thesis. And then you will be mentored by your supervisors or people who are expert in your field of research. And then you are trained to present your findings in conference or workshop. That will improve your public speaking. if your research is really good, let's say you produce a new method or new product, you can have two choices. You can publish ataupun you can apply for patents. But patents can take much longer time lah, compared with publication. And then you will meet a lot of people from outside your universities. This will help develop your networking. All right. Number 4, why it is important to study at postgraduate level. It is your future investment. It will enhance your CV. Your CV, you have the title, let's say, PhD or masters in your CV. So you stand taller than the rest of others. Yeah. It will improve employability. Sometimes let's say companies, they prefer to hire their workers who have, let's say, master in business administration degree. So this will improve your employability chance, career progression, and earn more money. Working as a lecturer in Malaysia, if you have PhD, and let's say you start with the level dia panggil pensyarah, dosen. We have pensyarah, senior lecturer, and then we have associate professor, and then we have professor A, B, C. For professors in Malaysia, the salary range from 18,000 to 25,000 ringgit. That's for professor. So I'm not sure in rupiah. Dr. Agus, ada Dr. Agus?
Ya, Doktor.
Berapa juta rupiah? 18,000
Kalau
ringgit.
80,000 around 50 million.
50 million rupiah.
50 million. Yes.
Oh. 25,000?
5,000 because we multiply by 3. So around 75 million.
I think that's a huge sum of money. I think itu besar jugalah. Itu nilai gaji lah dosen professor di Malaysia, about 50, like Dr. Agus just said just now. 50 million to 80 million rupiah. InsyaAllah. So it is a good future investment to all of you lah. If you want to become a lecturer. Okay, networking opportunity. Of course, when you are in the university, you are working with the best people with great minds. You will have the chance to develop your networking. Your supervisor may have other colleagues from other universities, so he or she can encourage you to contact people outside your faculty, establish new contacts, so that you can have exchange for ideas, and you can develop networking by attending conferences and seminars. You can introduce yourself to the speakers, the researchers from other countries when you attend the seminar. So that's how we can develop a good networking opportunity. When I was in the USM, University Science Malaysia, USM had this MOA with one of the universities in France. I can't remember the name of the university, but okay, in the MOA, the students from USM can go to that university in France, and they spend about 3 to 4 months learning new technologies, So this is a good way of improving your knowledge when you have a good networking with other researchers from other countries. So this is what we hope to have later on, since we have started the networking between UiTM and Unhas in Halu Oleo. Okay? So we hope that in future we can strengthen our relationship, especially in research and publication or supervision. Next one is this one. You will later on become an expert after getting master's, PhD in a specific field of research. You will become an expert in your own field. Okay? So in Malaysia, we have this kind of award, Malaysia Rising Star Award 2016. So this is my ex-supervisor, Professor Dr. Wan Saimi, chemistry, analytical chemistry from USM. A very nice person, already retired. And we managed to, in 2016, my supervisor actually received this award, Malaysia Rising Star, for having this title, having this great achievement, highly cited review category. So if you really have a good passion in doing research, in publication, you become an expert, you will have a chance to receive many awards. So this is the beauty of becoming a lecturer or researcher. But jangan terlalu berharap sangat kepada reward. You just do your work as best as possible. The reward will come later on. Right, you learn from the expert. Later on, you will become an expert. And please bear in mind that experts are made but not born. So it means that you have to go through all the processes before becoming an expert, right? Application or admission procedures, entry requirement. For master's program, normally you have to have a good bachelor's degree, honors from the UiTM or any institution of higher learning recognized by the UiTM Senate, or other qualification equivalent to the first degree recognized by the Senate. Okay, and for international student, you have to have IELTS certificate, International English Language Testing Certificate, or TOEFL. The minimum band that you have to get is 5.0. This is for international students. For doctoral program, you have to have at least a master's degree, and then also you have to have IELTS certificate. But if you are doing good, excellent at degree level, let's say you have first honors degree, first class certificate, then you can straight away register in the doctoral program, subject to the kelulusan daripada UiTM Senate. Please browse the graduate school website, because in the graduate school website we have plenty of information. For instance, information on the courses. We have 217 or 219 different courses at master's and PhD levels. And then the academic calendars, when you can start registering. We have 2 semesters per year. So normally you can register in maybe October or March. And then all the rules and regulation also can be found in the school website, especially on the visas. For international students, you have to have visa and the IELTS certificate, and then the process of registration. And then perhaps you can also find the information on the financial assistance offered by the university. What sort of training or workshops offered by the graduate schools? Sometimes you are invited to attend courses related to, let's say, EndNotes, Mendeley, or statistical courses. Next, information on the defense thesis or viva, accommodation for international student. This is in the beginning. This is their main concern. Accommodation. So you can find information whether the university offers hostel for international student. You can get the information from the graduate school. So in UiTM we have IPSIS, what we call as IPSIS, Institute Pengajian Siswaza. All the forms also can be found in the school website, and then you might also find the list of experts or potential supervisors in the graduate school website. So before you decide to proceed with your postgraduate study, please organize your certificates or any documents, so that it will be easy for you to process or to do the registration later on. This is the website of the Institute Pengajian Siswaza, Institute of Graduate Study, or IPSIS. You can just click link here. This is the page.
Dr. Magat, sorry for interrupting, but I think that we have like around 5 more minutes.
Okay, I can continue. Right. Choose the right research area, university, and supervisor. Ask yourself what sort of the main research interest that you are really interested. Because if you choose wrongly, then you will have a lot of trouble or problem with your study. Read some journals. So journals are very important when you are doing your work at postgraduate level. And then when you choose the field of research areas, always refer to SDG, Sustainable Development Goals, because most research grants offered in this related field of research. There are 17 goals, SDG or Sustainable Development Goals. So in Malaysia, most of the grants offered to Malaysian researchers are related to this SDG. Okay, where to study, local ataupun overseas, depends on your intention. But if you study in overseas, there could be many challenges that you have to get ready first. Okay, and then university ranking is also important. And then check for the research facilities, is it complete or not? This is the rankings in rankings of universities in Asia. So you can see that UiTM ranks 108. This is in Asia, ranking in Asia. In the world, we rank 651 to 700. Okay, look for the right supervisor. Supervisor is very important. Make sure your supervisor has research grant, because if your supervisor has research grant, then he or she can pay you. Can pay your like salary lah, macam tu lah, allowance. And then find supervisor that have a lot of publications. That have graduated many students. Yours by international figure, and that will be a bonus for you. Okay. And when I did my PhD, I tried to avoid my supervisor from having any administrative position, because it's going to be, he or she is going to be very busy. Okay, tips for successful postgraduate journey. When you enroll, you are like patient with cataract. You're like blur. You tak jelas your journey. So this is important function of the supervisor. He or she will guide you throughout your study. So these are the tips. Tips you need to have. Tell your problem with supervisor at early stage, maintain good relationship with supervisor, read. So at postgraduate study, read a lot of journals, and you have to write. Try to train yourself to write every day. Be organized, work hard, develop good habits, know your peers, and teach others, including your supervisor, because you will have a lot of data or findings, and you have to explain to your supervisors. And publish your work. Always publish your work. Have a thick skin. Don't worry about rejection and critics. Communicate often. Don't sit back, relax, and enjoy. Kalau you naik flight, pilot akan kata, please sit back, relax, and enjoy. But in postgraduate study, don't do this. You will be struggle. Okay. And last one, ni bawah ni, don't procrastinate. Melengah-lengahkan masa. It's not good. So here you have the list of your time expert. You can type this link. So you will see the list of the expert, your time expert, in this website. So far we have 213 professors. And then you can Google, Google Scholar, list of the expert also can be found in the Google Scholar, like this one. You can see the field of research, field of expert of your potential supervisor. Like this one. This is my web page. I'm interested in this field of science, absorption, biomaterials. So you can see there are many you can see the record of publication of your potential supervisor. So Dr. Agustino, for instance, performing well. He is performing well in UiTM Pahang. In publications. So this is the so far 24,000 publication. These are the areas of expertise of UiTM: engineering, computer science, physics. So please browse through this Scopus website. So you can see many names, UiTM researchers' names in this Scopus website. Hasanuddin has 1,400 publications so far, and this is their research areas. Halio Olio 387 publications, and their field of research is also in environment. Okay, before I end, this is she's not my mom, she's not my sister. She was my PhD student, enrolled at age 47. Imagine, 47, and graduated at age 53, if I'm not mistaken. Very committed, I would say. So learning has no age limit. Right. So before I end, I would welcome all Universitas Hasanuddin students or Halio Olio students. Welcome to UiTM or welcome to UiTM Pahang. We hope that once the pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic is diangkat oleh Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala, we can have a greater collaboration, greater research collaboration between the three universities. So thank you.
Baik, terima kasih atas perkongsian daripada Dr. Megat sebentar tadi. PM Dr. Megat, terima kasih banyak-banyak. Okey, kali nak ikutkan slide masa dekat gambar Dr. Megat dengan siapa tadi? Dengan kawan tu kan. Dia macam sangkut sikit tau, dia macam lag sikit kat situ. So, tak nampak gambar tu. Tak apalah. Boleh juga. Okay, so simply said, kalau ikut yang saya boleh rumuskan lah, untuk sambung pengajian pasca siswazah ni amat penting bagi para pelajar, especially kalau nak jadi pensyarah. Dan kita open jugalah kalau nak jadi pensyarah di UiTM. Gitu kiranya, Dr. Megat. Okay.
InsyaAllah.
Okay. Tak dengar, Dr. Dr. Megat ada kata apa-apa?
InsyaAllah we welcome students and lecturers daripada Unhas Halio Olio to collaborate dengan kita lah.
Okay. Baik. Terima kasih teman-teman. Okey, seterusnya kita masuk ke sesi Q&A, question and answer. Soal jawab persoalan, kiranya para peserta ada nak tanya apa-apa soalan ke, boleh onkan mic, perkenalkan diri dan boleh terus tanya. Kalau nak secara direct, secara terus, ataupun kalau tiada persoalan terus, kita tengok chat box lah. Rasanya chat box pun tak ada, tapi kita ada soalan daripada AJK sendiri kalau nak ikutkan dekat sini. Saya baca kan, boleh Dr. Mugat? Okey. Okey doktor. Soalan dia bunyi macam ni. Nowadays, there is opinion that said for master program, research mode is better than coursework and mixed mode. What is your opinion about this statement? Itu kiranya macam soalan pertama lah. Dr. Megat boleh dengar tak?
Boleh ulang semula tak ini soalan?
Boleh.
Terputus.
Boleh. Nowadays, there is opinion that said for master programs, research mode is better than mixed mode. Is better than coursework, better than mixed mode. What is your opinion about this statement? Itu kiranya macam soalan pertama lah. Yang
Okay, I will try answer the first question tu lah.
Okay. Nak jawab dulu.
Each mode of dia ada advantage. Saya jawab dulu lah. Each mode of study dia ada advantage lah. For instance, if you enter master student by research mode, that will help you to enter later on postgraduate or PhD level lebih mudah lah, because you have the experience in producing your thesis lah kan. Tapi kalau say you want to enroll as coursework or mixed mode, it is still fine, it's still okay, because you will learn a lot of advanced theory, advanced knowledge lah, selain pada apa yang you belajar in undergraduate level. Cuma if you want to get paid sebagai master student, your supervisor selalu cari yang masters by research. Dia akan bayar you lah untuk bayaran sebagai research assistant. So far kalau if you study by coursework ataupun mixed mode, saya tak dengar lah pula ada supervisor yang sponsor you, unless kalau you belajar pilih research mode. So to me, each mode of study ada advantage dia. Tapi kalau you plan to do PhD, it's better to enroll as masters by research.
Baik, saya rasa itu menjawab soalan lah kot. Okey, kita open balik kepada para peserta. Sekiranya ada apa-apa soalan, kecelaruan, permasalahan yang ingin ditanya secara terus. Ataupun saya tanyakan lagi satu soalan.
Boleh.
Boleh
Silakan.
Okey, kalau ikut dalam chat box tu doktor, ada satu soalan dari Raup tau. Dari Raup. Do you have any, I'm Hafizah Ahmad from UiTM Cawangan Pahang, Kampus Raup. Do you have any suggestion or tips for students who are still have hesitation to become a lecturer? Yang ada macam ragu-ragu lah kiranya. Ada tips tak? Boleh doktor?
Tips ya. Tips untuk menjadi dosen Tips menjadi dosen ni, you kena ada passion lah, macam saya kata tadi. You have to have a big passion lah, strong passion for knowledge. Because in academic we are talking about reading, writing, disseminate knowledge, konsep-konsep penting sebagai dosen ataupun pensyarah. So niat tu lah yang bagi saya nombor satu lah. Kalau you plan to get kalau you plan your main career later on as a lecturer, then there's no other choice lah. You have to orang kata apa, deal with or get into the apa tu knowledge lah dalam bidang apa tu ilmu, keilmuan. Itu very important. So don't hesitate jangan hesitate ataupun ragu-ragu lah dengan apa tu
diri sendiri.
Kalau nak jadi pensyarah ataupun dosen because rezeki ni Allah je yang tentukan. Allah yang tahu. Kita tak tahu. We don't know, but we have to work hard. Then insyaAllah Allah will reward. So don't be scared lah to become a lecturer. So every career ni ataupun bidang kerja ni ada cabaran dia sendiri. But to me, lecturer is very fun. Kejayaan sebagai pensyarah ni fun. Okay. Okay,
baik. Kalau nak diikutkan, kita ada macam masa sebenarnya dah lebih.
Boleh saya jawab soalan ni?
Itulah, ada lagi macam kalau tak silap ada 3 soalan lagi lebih kurang. Doktor nak cuba jawab ke?
Nak jawab aku macam mana?
Itulah.
Mungkin ada satu soalan, one question from Olio. Is there any scholarship program for master or PhD program for student from university? Sebenarnya ada dia macam ni. Di Malaysia ni kita ada research grant offered by Malaysian Higher Education, MOHI. So every year MOHI or Ministry of Higher Education will offer hundreds of millions of research grants to dosen, to pensyarah Malaysia. And that grant dipanggil what we call as FRGS, we have TRGS, Fundamental Research Grant Scheme, TRGS, LRGS, different kind of RGS lah. So that grant can actually use to pay allowance to students from international students. Boleh. Dan kita sangat mengalu-alukan kehadiran, kedatangan student dari luar negara. So kalau master's level, you will be paid about, if I'm not mistaken, RM1,800, RM1,800. Kalau PhD itu RM2,300. I'm not sure in rupiah. Dr. Agus berapa, Dr. Agus?
Dalam around 4 juta rupiah sampai 5 juta per bulan.
Untuk apa tu? Master ke PhD?
Untuk master. Kalau PhD
master,
around 6 million kalau PhD.
Kalau you buat research di UiTM Pahang, you will be orang kata selesa lah. Jumlah tu sangat lumayan. InsyaAllah. So memang ada grant. So the grant will be released in I think November this year. So you all try lah contact Malaysian researchers, universiti apa tu, pensyarah universiti government, try to make contact lah dengan diorang.
Okay. Doktor nak jawab lagi ke soalan lain? Rasanya kita boleh stop dulu dekat sini kot. Sebab kita ada JK yang boleh tolong jawabkan insyaAllah. Kalau ikut ada lagi 2 soalan tapi Dr. Hatimi dah tolong jawabkan. Dr. Noyuzia pun dah tolong jawabkan tu. Rasanya boleh kot. Okay. So terima kasih lagi sekali buat PM Dr. TS Dr. Megat. Terima kasih banyak-banyak atas perkongsian sebentar tadi. Baiklah, kita teruskan program kita dengan penceramah kedua, iaitu Dr. Ramadan Tersepu, SKM MKes PhD dari Universitas Halu Olio. Beliau merupakan pensyarah di Fakultas Kesihatan Masyarakat UHO, merangkap Ketua Jabatan Pengajian Pasca Siswazah di fakultas tersebut. Mendapat ijazah sarjana dan pasca sarjana dalam bidang kesihatan masyarakat di Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Kesihatan Tamalate, Makassar dan Universitas Hasanuddin. Menamatkan pengajian di Faculty of Tropical Medicine, Mahidol University Thailand dengan PhD dalam bidang Social and Environmental Tropical Medicine. So kalau nak diikutkan, Dr. Ramadan dari UHO ni boleh dikatakan macam pakar lah pasal isu-isu climate dan alam sekitar. Betul ya Doktor? Dr. Ramadan? Okey, baik. Baik. Tanpa melengahkan masa, saya persilakan Dr. Ramadan Tersepu untuk memulakan sesi beliau dengan tajuk The Impact of Climate on COVID-19 and the Potential Increase in Dengue Hemorrhagic Fever. Okey, baik. Persilakan Dr. Ramadan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah wa syukrillah wa la ilaha illallah. Today I will presentation about before I start, I want to ask moderator, you have my voice?
Yes. Bisa, Pak, bisa.
Okay, terima kasih. Okay, today I will presentation about the impact of climate on COVID-19 and the potential increase in dengue fever. Pertama-tama kami mengucapkan terima kasih to invite me and then for global lecture series. This is a collaboration with University Teknologi Mara, Universitas Saloleo dengan Universitas Hasanuddin Makassar. Let's restart. This is my objective. I want to explain about climate and second situation and COVID-19, and then how about correlation of climate and dengue fever, and then climate and COVID-19, and then how about correlation COVID and dengue fever, and then how about potential spread of COVID-19 in airborne, and then last slide I want to prevention and protection of COVID-19 in the world. Background and the last 2019 in the world to declare from World Health Organization in the Wuhan, China, new disease in the world is COVID-19. Sejak pertama kali itu kita di negara-negara dunia ini fokus to prevention, distribution of COVID-19. And then many problem ketika pertama kali COVID-19 in the world. The big problem is positive false. What does mean positive false? I can explain in the next slide. And then COVID-19 and dengue fever to have a similarity source from or impact from global climate, or we can call climate change effect. And then all of a country in the world, COVID-19 to mention about new burden disease. So this is global climate change. Is this impact about from attribute directly on indirectly. For example, if Sumatra forest is burning, impact of burning from a forest in Sumatra, maybe can merasakan in the Malaysia, many fog, smoke from Sumatra. This is one of impact of global climate change, not only in the your country, not only on your city, but if you make it something negative, for example, forest fire, in fact, this is we can another country. We can focus because this is issue environmental global. This is from IPCC, Intergovernmental Panel Climate Change. So, climate change is a result of global warming. What is global warming? It is impact from global temperature increase emission resources. This is many people using greenhouse gases Also increasing of average temperature, and then the last increase of rainfall intensity. This slide about global temperature range from 0.1 Celsius to 0.5 degrees Celsius per decade. You can see this is very danger if every year, every time global temperature is increasing. So global mean temperature will increase 1.1 until 6.4 degrees Celsius by the end of this century. So how about in South Asia region? South Asia region including Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, Timor-Leste, and another country in the ASEAN region. This is some research from IPCC to mention a rise by 3.3 degrees Celsius in 2100. And then summer temperature increase 2.5 degree Celsius. This is a project or forecasting for from IPCC. This is highs around 0.3 until 2 degrees Celsius is since last decade. And then 2020 temperature will have increased by 0.36 to 0.47 degrees Celsius in 2020. And then you can see, you can ask meteorological climatology in your area, how about situation in your area. And then Indonesian, we have a project 2100 increase 2 degrees Celsius until 25 degrees Celsius for general temperature. We must focus to protect in 2050 situation very danger for area. But not only Indonesia, because we can similarity position, because we can in ASEAN country or tropical country. Tropical country, we have similarity problem. So this is impact of climate. What impact of climate? Many impact of climate. For example, flooding. We can water resources very danger for some people to find water resources, and then agriculture and drought, and then from health we can increasing Aedes aegypti mosquito to give some disease, for example, dengue fever. And then many impact of climate change. You can read, you can research about what that impact this is climate change. So this is many study to mention about impact of climate from Chan, Bai, Crossell, and Wu et al. To mention about impact of climate change. For example, from Chan to mention about life cycle of blood feeding frequency of Aedes mosquito can increasing can reproduction mortality rate and then population dynamic high risk in within 50 until 35 degree Celsius. And then by to mention about global warming change temperature and rainfall can inactive period malaria and dengue mosquito. Also cross-sell to mention about above 25 until 29 degrees Celsius and humidity of 80% to high incident dengue fever. And the last Wu et al. To mention increase 1 degree Celsius temperature average every month, increase population risk dengue fever by 1.96 times. This is very important to mention to you because we concern to protect impact of global climate change. So Now we can move about how to link or condition COVID-19 in the ASEAN country. This is data from endocoronavirus (ORG). You can see every day to see how bad your country in the world. This is last update. Last day I update. We can see in the ASEAN country three country clear of COVID-19: Brunei Darussalam, Singapore, and then Laos. They also declare clear of COVID-19. Who but another country? Another country, for example, Burma, Cambodia, Vietnam, Timor-Leste, Malaysia, Filipina, and Indonesia also. This is the red country. Then, if you want to go to traveling in the some another country, you can open this is website. How about situation? Now in Indonesia, similar also in the, Thailand, we can concern focus to protect distribution of COVID-19. So, how about situation COVID-19 and dengue fever? The second slide, I want to mention about positive files. Now I want to give you information about clinical fact between dengue fever with COVID-19. The COVID-19 and dengue fever to have clinical and laboratory similarity. So if this is a first time COVID-19 occupied in the world. Now, clinical and laboratory similarity, many researchers to focus to find what the different COVID-19 and dengue fever. But the first time we can to find what the differences COVID-19 and dengue fever. Second, the patient was infected with SARS coronavirus and diagnosed dengue fever. The first time COVID-19 we can now to different clinical and laboratory. Sometimes we can mention this is about dengue fever. But if you check laboratory, this is coronavirus. And then the last, many country, many nursing, many medical didn't know this is a positive pulse. Why? Because clinical and laboratory is similarity. Now we can see in the COVID-19 and dengue fever in the Thailand. The light of COVID-19 diagnosis because the rapid test positive of dengue fever. The first time some patient go to a hospital, nursing researcher to find because rapid test positive dengue fever. But if after they check more, they found this is not dengue fever. This is COVID-19. This is a situation in the Thailand. So how about condition COVID-19 in the Singapore? In the Singapore, similar case in the Thailand, diagnosis patient is positive false from a serological test from dengue fever. But after they cross-check by laboratorium, they found the virus that cause of COVID-19, not dengue fever. And then how about in the COVID-19 and in the Bangladesh? Bangladesh, we found two, dengue fever, also coronavirus. This is a different situation another Bangladesh and then Thailand and then Singapore. Now, we can see this is in the around in the world, dengue fever and COVID-19 incidents in Brazil. This is a graph to mention about mean dengue fever. Every years, dengue fever in the Brazil we can found, but 2020 COVID-19 in the Brazil is increasing. This is a situation in the incident rate in the Brazil. So situation by time in the March or until May, this is dengue fever and COVID-19. This is the time is period to increasing similar of pattern, similar situation and dengue and COVID-19. So this is Colombia. Colombia similar situation another country because we can see a red line to COVID-19 and then this is dengue fever situation. So this is in Peru. In Peru, we can see new cumulative cases and or death of dengue fever and then COVID-19 epidemiological week. This is a situation cumulative cases by week. We can see this is a dengue fever. This is COVID-19. The first phone COVID-19 start to age, and then cumulative cases by dengue fever start to age more. And then I want to see about situation cumulative death by week in the Peru. In dengue fever, every week many people to death about dengue fever. And then you can see this is COVID-19 very high cases. This is because this is a new burden in the Peru and then another country. So how about correlation climate and then dengue fever? This is a lesson learned from Indonesia, our study to found in the Spearmint coefficient of rank correlation for time lag effect in Kendari district. Kendari district, our city in Sulawesi Tenggara. We found dengue fever correlation be with temperature minimum, rainfall, humidity, temperature average, temperature maximum, and then temperature minimum. After we using how about correlation between dengue fever and then climatology factor, we found temperature minimum and then time lag 1, 2, 3, and then 3, and after that humidity time lag 4, and then 5 negative correlation. Similar situation, and then temperature average the time lag is 2 and then 3 month. The another district we found and then temperature minimum correlation between dengue fever time lag 0, 1, and then 2 months. This slide I want to give you information after. If today, if this month rainy, but in fact, in the last, the next slide, we can see this is rainfall. Today, this month is high rainy, and then in fact, humidity, and then rainfall with correlation dengue fever, and then rainfall, and then humidity. And so, I try to making prediction using prediction from IPCC with IPCC Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change using 0.002 degrees Celsius. If this is from IPCC, if we give if we prediction data from dengue fever 2010 until 2015, and then we prediction 2016 and 2019 one, we can see this is any high correlation between temperature and dengue fever in Kendari district. Similar in rainfall in Kendari district also. And then this is temperature another district, Kolaka district. And then this is humidity. We using 10% humidity from IPCC also. So how about correlation climate and COVID-19? This is many researchers to found correlation climatology with COVID-19. Bashir, Shahin, Gupta, Ma, Sobral, and then Sayadi. They also to mention about climatology and then with COVID-19 to have correlation increasing COVID-19. This is our study. I am study 2020 and then until April in the Jawa Barat province. We found minimum temperature. This is to have correlation increasing COVID-19 and then weather factor. This is Jawa Barat, Java Island. So another province in Jakarta, we have similar to found similar condition. Temperature average to have correlation between COVID-19 and then temperature average in the Jakarta. So how about situation COVID-19 and dengue fever in Indonesia? This is situation COVID-19 2020 and then 2021. The 5 big cases COVID-19 in Indonesia, DKI Jakarta, Jawa Timur, Jawa Barat, Jawa Tengah, Sulawesi Selatan. And then this year, Sulawesi Selatan is excluded and then they change in Kalimantan Timur. This is a big cases in Indonesia, COVID-19. So this is a situation of dengue fever in Indonesia in 2020 and then 2021. We can see this is all of province in Indonesia to have cases dengue fever. Similar situation and dengue fever, all of province in Indonesia to have cases of COVID and then dengue fever. We can see this is dengue fever and then COVID-19. Similar situation in all of the province in Indonesia. So how about a spread of COVID-19 infection via airborne transmission? Potential COVID-19 in the air. Aerosol COVID containing droplet by droplet, if you want to we call talk or something, you can use droplet. This is very important to understand why we always to mention using mask, because we can protect this is droplet. If you want to use mask, you can distribution of droplet, because COVID-19 we can airborne from at last 3 hours. In the duration of experimental observation, this is from researcher Van Doremalen and et al. To find this is a situation in the US. So this is a spread of COVID infection. This is a situation why we always using of mask, because this is situation very important to every day, every time you using a mask. You can see this is a situation. Some researchers to found cases in the situation. So after we now impact of climate correlation with dengue fever and then climate on COVID-19, we must how about prevention and protection? Important to understand herd immunity. I want to ask you, are you already to vaccine? Now Indonesian time to give suggestion all people to vaccine, because we have 70% vaccine. If we vaccine all community 70%, we can save people up to 30%. We call herd immunity. And then how about protection of COVID-19 from we call level airway level. This is the community in the people. We can focus to public health center. What work in the public health center, or Indonesia we call puskesmas. And then the airway level, we can make it cover COVID-19 every day, every time we can education to control activity community, and then rapid test. This is the level airway. What we can phone risk-based of surveillance. Surveillance every time, every day we can now activity community people in the airway level. What for? Health behavior COVID-19 challenge together. And then now I hope so Indonesia and Thailand and Indonesia and then Malaysia to going out non-endemic COVID-19. We must exclude endemic COVID. We must the winner in the years and next year non-endemic COVID-19. And then the last slide, prevention is key point to prevent the spread of coronavirus. Wash your hand, stay home, and clean and disinfectant, avoid touching, and cover your mouth and then nose. Thank you so much. This is my presentation. If you want to read my presentation, you can ask a committee and then to share to you and all participants. Thank you so much. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih atas perkongsian daripada Dr. Ramadan Tersepu sebentar tadi. So simply said, COVID-19 and potential increase in dengue hemorrhagic fever, DHF, dengan peningkatan kadar hujan tahunan tu, dia macam makin meningkat lah. Betul Doktor? Okey, baik-baik, maknanya saya faham lah. Okey, so kita masuk ke sesi Q&A, tapi sebelum tu saya nak tanyalah macam apa status COVID-19 di Indonesia sekarang Doktor? Adakah Indonesia masih di bawah total lockdown ke? Status vaksinasi tu untuk herd community, sebab kami di Malaysia ni, in Malaysia we are also going for the herd community, herd immunity. Okay, sorry, herd immunity. So so far so good, but the cases have been like going up and then going down. Today is like 6,000, and then tomorrow it will be like 5,000, and then up again 7,000. It's always like that, ups and downs. Itu yang mungkin boleh Doktor boleh cuba terangkan sikit lah pasal situasi di Indonesia.
Okay, thank you. Saya pikir situasi Indonesia dan Thailand sama. COVID-19 to have increasing every day, every time. Now we can found new variant. This is very dangerous in the people in the Indonesia. And then pemerintah terus melakukan kampanye untuk meningkatkan herd immunity berupa vaksinasi. Nah, di sini adalah langkah-langkah yang paling tepat untuk menurunkan kasus ini, karena kita membutuhkan kekuatan yaitu vaksinasi. And then yang paling penting adalah how to prevention. This is a key point to protection COVID-19 in your community and your body and then your family. This is important to using mask every time, every day. Karena kita mengeluarkan namanya virus, kita tidak tahu virus ada di mana-mana. Nah, yang perlu diingat bahwa walaupun kita sudah divaksin, belum tentu kita sudah bisa terhindar dari virus ini. Jangan menganggap bahwa you already to vaksin, you say, oh, I am safe or no. Many cases
Vaccine is
before.
prevention, right?
Yes, right. Prevention every time, every day.
Betul.
Yes.
Baik, saya rasa itu menjawab soalan kot. Sebab kami di Malaysia sekarang ni kami masih dalam perintah kawalan pergerakan. So untuk kami daripada satu negeri ke negeri lain tak boleh. Sekarang ni kami masih dalam tak boleh dan untuk daerah ke daerah pun ada macam banyak halangan lah. Jadi macam ada sekatan, jadi susah sikit lah. Okay, so sekiranya para peserta ingin nak tanyakan apa-apa soalan, boleh onkan mikrofon, perkenalkan diri dan boleh terus tanya soalan. Ataupun kita tengok chat box kalau ada apa-apa soalan. Okey. Mungkin Dr. Yuzia dulu boleh tanya soalan.
Thank you for your share of study. It's very interesting because I find that the relationship or the lack of 2 months is actually almost equivalent to what we are having here in terms of the number of COVID-19 that we are actually having infection. Because we actually have a very tight December, January, February, we have a nice heavy rain around, and at that time, a few months later, we find that the case is actually starting to shoot up. So I suppose they could be because if there is an infection from dengue, it could actually reduce the immunity of the person, and that actually induce an easier way in which COVID could actually infect you. That is one. But secondly, during this time, people get very, very tired. And when you're tired, you tend to stay in a house more. You don't look out into your the surrounding environment of your house, and you allow the mosquito to actually develop there. So that could be also a reason that leads to dengue, and then the secondary is lead to COVID-19. Your comment on that?
Yes, right, ma'am. You mentioned very, I agree. You mentioned because this is situation government and community focus to degrees of COVID-19, and then we forget to focus protect dengue fever disease. Now, I want to ask all community to focus another disease, not only COVID-19. If you focus on COVID-19, we can see in fact another disease and increasing. I want to say you must protecting together. And this is important to understand to protect distribution another disease. And then we must collaboration research disease cases, because impact of climate change and then some disease not only one factor, many factor. So we need more collaboration and then more research another country. This is main point to give information all participants. Thank you, Professor.
Just a quick comment. I believe our team member here should share what you have just presented with our hospital Sungai Buloh, which is a UITM research hospital. That would be something that they should pick up, because I believe we have not seen this study done here.
Yes,
so
right.
thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor. Thank you so much.
Alright, Doctor. Kita ada macam, kalau tengok di chat box, kita ada 3 soalan daripada pelajar dan rasanya daripada student semuanya. Ada juga daripada pensyarah. Yang pertamanya, Assalamualaikum Dr. Ramadan. I have a question. If tourism sector had reopened their operation in Indonesia, tourism sector, what does they do to prevent COVID-19 during your opening process of this sector? Because we understand tourism industry generate huge income for Indonesia. Any comment on this?
Okay. Thank you. Tourism very, very important because we can give money from people to come in Indonesia, and similar situation in the Thailand. But you can coming in the Indonesia, but we can must protocol health protocol because similar. I think similar in Thailand. If me go to in Thailand, in Malaysia, and in Singapore, we must protokol kesehatan very, very important.
Yeah.
No problem if we were to coming, and then similar if me go to in Malaysia, we must follow protokol kesehatan in Malaysia.
Okay. Right, so saya gabungkanlah soalan yang kedua dan ketiga ni. So kedua-dua soalan ni pasal vaksin, keberkesanan vaksin tu untuk COVID-19, and what about SARS-CoV-2? Dan sekali jugalah dengan soalan yang ketiga tu, what is your opinion about the vaccine for DHF, dengue hemorrhagic fever? Ada keberkesanan tak?
Okay. Terima kasih about efficacy vaksin prevent. Okay, I think similar efficacy because kita harus mencapai 70% community to vaksin. If kita mencapai 70%, maka kita dapat mengamankan 30% community. This is starting point to understand why a government to vaccination in the people. And then next question about opinion about the vaccine for the dengue fever. Good question. Until now, vaccine for dengue fever under to many researchers to found vaccine dengue fever. Sampai hari ini vaksin terhadap dengue fever belum ada yang memberikan efek yang paling bagus sempurna karena dengue fever dikenal ada 4 tipe, type 1, 2, and 3, and then every country, every city different source of dengue fever, tidak sama. For example, in Canary, maybe from albopictus, another country modelnya berbeda seperti dengue hemorrhagic fever itu selalu berbeda-beda penyebabnya, sehingga untuk menemukan vaksin saat ini masih dalam pengembangan untuk riset. Kalaupun ada masih mungkin hampir mencapai puncaknya bahwa itu boleh dikatakan sebagai vaksin. Nah, kemudian from Rahmawati, yes.
Soalan seterusnya daripada Rahmawati. Dan ada lagi soalan lain di bawah tu, mungkin Dr. boleh terus jawab kan?
Okay. I can read by one. From Rahmawati about policy does Indonesia too different from Thailand? I think a similar policy and similar because we're using only one for a World Health Organization policy. All of country using this is policy to protect COVID-19. So and then okay, interesting. What your opinion after some people vaccine and then die from impact or COVID-19? I think this is cases by cases. Nah, because saat ini untuk vaksin yang paling efektif belum ditemukan. Under progress. Previous slide I was mentioned about if you already to vaksin, you must always a mask. Tidak berarti Anda sudah divaksin, Anda bebas dari COVID-19. Kalau ada kasus yang meninggal akibat vaksin, iya betul. Many cases we can found it. But yang paling penting adalah how do you protect yourself. This is a key point of protection distribution of COVID-19.
Dr. Najiruddin, can I have a question? The direct
yes, Doktor. Kita ada soalan daripada peserta. Boleh sila, sila.
Okay, boleh. This is interesting. Why I'm enjoying this webinar in terms of Indonesian, Thailand, and in Malaysia context, ya. And salam kenal buat Pak Ramadan.
Salam kenal Pak Ilham.
Ya, Pak Ramadan. Aduh, ini senang sekali saya banyak penjelasan, pencerahan ya from Pak Ramadan. So my name is Ilham. I'm from Hasanuddin University. I'm basically also one of the pengamat, observer of this COVID-19 vaccine and everything. And I agree with Dr. Ramadan that people focusing on COVID and they forgot other diseases. And this is what we have to really, get people attention as well. I agree with Pak Ramadan. First, I would like also to know the real situation in Malaysia, actually. Maybe one speaker from Malaysia already mentioned about this. Sampai di mana lockdown di Malaysia nih? Ini I just want to have a comparison. Why? Because maybe in Kendari, in Makassar, we are not yet that severe, compared to DKI Jakarta now or West Java. Our friends, the prevalence is really high, and we should be really careful about this. So I would like to know what's the real situation in Malaysia. Is it really making the lockdown or something? And for Pak Dr. Ramadan, just want to one question, Pak. Ini kebetulan saya belum vaksin, Pak Ramadan. Saya termasuk penyintas, ya. I am a survivor. I was hospitalized for a month for COVID-19, and I managed to survive. Thanks God. My question is that some people are still reluctant of having this vaccine. Many in my areas as well, they are quite reluctant of having this vaccine. Why? Because there are still this evidences that some people died because of vaccine. Ini yang kadang this is what we sometimes cannot make sure that they died because of the vaccine. This needed to be explained actually, Pak Ramadan. Jadi maksud saya, saya tetap mau. I also would like to vaccine. It's only about time, because I tested my titer last time. It's still 200 after surviving the COVID. So my doctor said that maybe no need to have a vaccine yet because your titer rate is still high. Maybe wait for another month or something. Mungkin Pak Ramadan bisa komen terkait vaksin ini, apalagi di wilayah Sulawesi kan we are still masih banyak there are still people reluctant of having this vaccine. Pak Wajudin, thank you for this opportunity. Would like to say hello to everyone. This is really excellent opportunity to share with us with Indonesian and Malaysian universities. Terima kasih Pak Najudin.
Baik.
Ya, untuk kesempatan ini. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi. Okey, saya serahkan pada Dr. Ramadan untuk jawab dulu soalan, atau kita nak bagi peluang kepada Dr. Yuziah untuk jawab soalan pasal lockdown tu dulu. Boleh? Boleh. Dr. Yuziah boleh?
Assalamualaikum. So Malaysia, we are very, very strict in our lockdown. We basically could not cross border for state, and we could not even cross border for district. In fact, our movement is limited within the 10-kilometer radius from where you submitted your location. So that's how strict we are. If you have any very specialized doctor requirement, you can use your doctor requirement to actually cross border to go to wherever that you need to actually do your untuk kesihatan. And for those who actually have appointment to do the COVID-19 vaccination, you are allowed to cross border. I have seen people crossing border from Terengganu, the estate, and cross 3 districts to get to Maran to get their jab. And that was interesting. Don't know what happened there. And so that's what we do. And in terms of our jab, we actually give it first to those who are 60 and above, 60 years and above. But at the same time, we also look towards people who are comorbidity, which means people who have asthma problem, people who have heart problem, or people who actually have this situation in which they could be totally compromised if they get attacked by COVID-19. So the selection is very, very quite strict on that one. Our volunteers who help with jabs, they are given the injection because we want to protect them. But the rest, whoever who are a jab, if you are below 60, it means that you have some sort of comorbidity. So I'm one example. I have a comorbidity, I already have my total jab in 1st of June. So, but I'm still doing the protection part because I do believe that no matter what, even if you are jabbed, you are less prone to be infected, but you can still be infected. And the worst part of it is if you're affected, your symptom is very much lower. So you could actually easily, you could be the transmitter to people who are around. So that's the situation, I believe. So, but our lockdown is actually quite strong. Yeah.
So we are not allowed to come to Malaysia then, yeah, from Indonesia.
If you want to come over, you actually have to go through Wisma Putra. So full arrangement, you have to go through Wisma Putra. You will be given a very specific way to get in, and you may have to actually go through some. If you have been already got your injection, there could be a different way in which you will be treated. But without your injection, you still have to do that 14 days. Yeah.
So it's very important to have the jabs, yeah, because it make a different treatment, yeah.
Yeah. Jab is important for us to create the bubble. Otherwise, I think we'll not be able to actually move to see each other.
Right.
So, we're looking forward for the 70% on our side.
Sure.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you, Professor. Thank you for the explanation on Malaysian condition. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, baik. Terima kasih Dr. Yuzia. Dr. Ramadan, ada apa-apa yang nak dikomen?
Oke, terima kasih pertanyaan dari Dr. Ilham. Vaksin is one way to protect yourself. This is if you have condition good healthy, you can vaccination. This is required of before your vaccine. And then kita harus mencapai 70%. This is important to give information all people to protect community for distribution incubated COVID-19. Jadi saya mengharapkan kalau Anda memiliki daya tahan tubuh bagus, tidak memiliki penyakit lainnya, maka kita harus vaksinasi. Karena ini mencegah saudara kita, your family, your community, and then your wife, your son, and similar me already vaccination, and then second times. But yeah, I must always using a mask every day, every time. You can I using this mask. This is
I have my mask on.
Okay, already. Thank you, Professor.
Because
yes,
I
Professor,
live in my house, so I don't wear it.
Thank you so much for your question.
Thank you. Give me more convinced on having the vaccine later. Thank you, Dr. Ramadan. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ilham.
Okey, baik. Terima kasih Dr. Ramadan, terima kasih Dr. Yuzia, terima kasih Dr. Ilham atas soalan tersebut. Kita buka lagi soalan. Seandainya ada apa-apa soalan daripada peserta lagi nak bertanya secara langsung, secara direct. Ada apa-apa soalan lagi?
Saya, Pak. Saya.
Okey, boleh. Yusof dari UHO.
Yes, pertama terima kasih. I will using Indonesia and English. So, sir, as we know, to avoid COVID-19, we have to protect ourselves, like using masker and then social distancing, and then kayak juga seperti tetap di rumah. Dan juga as you explained before, if we have to keep our immunity system like olahraga, exercising, habis itu menjaga pola makan, terus juga dan lain sebagainya. as we know, people who have a high immune system have a low infection rate. Dan juga seperti saya telah juga lihat beberapa artikel juga dan beberapa berita kalau beberapa orang yang memiliki sistem imun yang tinggi, walaupun dia terinfeksi COVID-19, dia itu memiliki dia tidak terlalu berdampak pada dirinya sendiri. Contohnya seperti pada saat Cristiano Ronaldo, Neymar dan beberapa Ibrahimovic juga, dia itu terkena COVID-19 dan mereka tidak terdampak pada efeknya. Nah, something that I want to ask to you that is which is better in your opinion, mana yang lebih bagus kalau bagaimana kita mensosialisasikan tentang penggunaan masker, terus menjaga jarak dan lain sebagainya, ataukah kita mensosialisasikan bagaimana kita meningkatkan imun tubuh kita sendiri, contohnya seperti berolahraga dan lain sebagainya begitu, Pak. Dan juga kenapa orang sangat begitu mensosialisasikan bagaimana menggunakan masker dan juga menjaga jarak dan lain sebagainya tanpa mereka terlalu mempedulikan bagaimana cara menjaga imunitas tubuh mereka, contohnya seperti menjaga tidurnya dan lain sebagainya, Pak. Itu saya mungkin, terima kasih.
Oke, saya langsung respon. Pertanyaan yang bagus untuk meningkatkan, menghindari dan memproteksi penyakit ini, COVID-19 ini, maka harus melakukan semuanya. Yang pertama adalah bagaimana memperbaiki kondisi tubuh kita. Kita harus berada dalam kondisi yang fit, yang good healthy. Kemudian untuk di luar dari kita, maka kita harus selalu menyiapkan ataukah menggunakan masker yang benar. Nah, memang kalau kita melihat di mana-mana, menggunakan masker itu you must menggunakan masker yang benar, not only here. Ini salah. Anda berdiskusi, berdialog, tapi menggunakan masker seperti ini salah. Anda harus menggunakan masker seperti ini. Jika kita berhadapan dengan orang, dengan jarak minimal 1 sampai 2 meter. Nah, kenapa 1,5 meter sampai 2 meter? Because droplet yang kita keluarkan itu, droplet, percikan, kalau kita ngomong ada kayak semacam air itu droplet, itu jaraknya 1,5 sampai 2 meter. Nah, itu adalah salah satu cara untuk memproteksi, untuk melindungi kita, agar terhindar dari penyebaran COVID-19 ini. Kemudian jika kita berada dalam satu ruangan dalam komunitas yang banyak, maka kita harus proteksi, jangan terlalu banyak dalam ruangan itu. Minimal 25% dalam satu ruangan. Untuk apa? Untuk menghindari, tadi slide sebelumnya hasil penelitian dilakukan oleh USO di Amerika, menunjukkan bahwa COVID-19 itu berada di ruangan selama 3 hours. Nah, this is a point penting untuk mengetahui ternyata ada korelasi di dalam ruangan dengan peningkatan COVID-19. Kalau memiliki ruangan, dibuka ruangannya, kita menghindari penggunaan air condition, kemudian air sehingga udara bisa sirkulasinya itu bagus. Itu adalah salah satu langkah untuk memproteksi COVID-19 ini. Banyak cara lain, tetapi saat ini pemerintah sementara menggalakkan vaksinasi. Nah, tadi banyak pertanyaan tentang vaksin, vaksin kita, ya saya kira ini masih dalam tahap pengembangan untuk menemukan the best formulation of vaksin COVID-19. Nah, ada kasus divaksin kemudian meninggal, itu kasus. Nah, kita tidak bisa pungkiri. Tapi harapan kita di hope together, kita Indonesia, Malaysia keluar dari penyakit ini, kita dalam keadaan sehat walafiat, sehingga negara kita bisa keluar dari penyakit COVID-19 ini menjadi negara non-endemik. This is point penting, non-endemic. If kita menerima predikat endemik, itu very danger for some country. Saya kira itu poin penting. Terima kasih.
Baik. Saya kira itu pun telah menjawab soalan. Dr. Ramadan, kita ada satu soalan dari dalam chat box yang saya terlepas pandang sebenarnya. Jadi saya bacakanlah daripada Puan Rosiana. Doctor, we know that currently we have many variants of COVID-19. Are the vaccine that we use now will be effective to combat all the variants? Macam tu. One vaccine for all variants, is it?
Dr. Rosiana, terima kasih. Tapi saya ingin menyampaikan bahwa saya tidak fokus ke vaksin, right? I am focused climate linked to some disease, for example, dengue fever, and then COVID-19 already. But how about efficacy of vaccine? I don't understand because I am focused to impact of climate and some disease. This is my point because saya takut salah memberikan respon. Yeah, okay. This is my point. Yeah.
Okey, baik. Saya rasa setakat ini sajalah sesi kita bersama Dr. Ramadan Tersepuh. Terima kasih banyak-banyak Dr. Ramadan atas perkongsian kita tadi. Baik. Okey.
Profesor Yuzia, terima kasih Profesor Yuzia. Terima kasih.
Dr. Yuzia banyak membantu.
Terima kasih Profesor Yuzia.
Okey, baik. Kita teruskan sesi program kita pada hari ini dengan penceramah ketiga kita. Penceramah ketiga kita ialah Dr. Rina Masadah, MPhil SPPAK DFM dari Universitas Hasanuddin. Beliau merupakan pensyarah senior merangkap Ketua Jabatan Penyelidikan, Inovasi dan Hubungan Global di Fakultas Perubatan Unhas. Beliau mendapat ijazah kedoktoran dalam bidang perubatan dan patologi di Universitas Hasanuddin sebelum meneruskan pengajian di dalam bidang forensik ya di University of Groningen, the Netherlands, gitu. Beliau menamatkan pengajian PhD dalam bidang patologi juga di Universitas Hasanuddin. Tidak lari daripada Universitas Hasanuddin gitu. Tanpa melengahkan masa, saya menjemput Dr. Rina Masadah untuk memulakan sesi beliau dengan tajuk Early Detection of Cervical Cancer. Pakar kanser ni ya. Kita persilakan.
Ya, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Senang sekali bertemu dengan Bapak Ibu Profesor, dosen mahasiswa ya dari Malaysia dan juga dari Indonesia ya. Saya Dr. Rina Masada. I am a lecturer in Pathology Department in Hasanuddin University, Faculty of Medicine. So this afternoon or this morning, is it still morning in Malaysia? I think our time is
still morning.
Yeah. So I'm going to present my my topic. Should I share screen or you? I share my screen, yeah. All right.
Yes, please do so. In case anything happen, we will share our part.
All right. So can you all hear my voice and see my presentation, my slide?
Loud and clear. Good picture.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, so I believe that this topic or this title is interesting, as well as the COVID-19 that previously present. Yeah, so we are going to talk about the cervical cancer. So I believe that many of the audience today is female, and also it's important for male to know this type of cancer. So wait. Okay, so what is cervical cancer? So the first we have to know what is or where is cervix located. So the cervix is an area that connecting the uterus or the womb of the woman to the vagina. And you can see the picture in here. So that is the uterus. Uterus is the womb where the baby inside the uterus in around 9 months. And then we have two ovaries atau indung telur ya. And then we have two fallopian tubes. This is the channel that connecting the ovary and the uterus. The uterus itself has a cervix. So biasanya disebut mulut rahim atau leher rahim seperti itu ya. So the cervix is around here and it connecting the vagina and the uterus. in here we see the anatomy of internal and external part of the female reproduction. So this is the uterus, the ovary, the fallopian tubes, and this is the cervix. So a part of the cervix named a portio is protrude atau dia menonjol to the vagina. So if we see from outside, the uterus is like this, and if we see from the vagina, we can see in like this. This is the external organ of the female reproduction. So why is the cervical cancer is very important? Because the incidence and prevalence of cervical cancer is very high, and it happens all year worldwide. Every countries, every areas in this world, there is a patient in that location. So WHO said found that 490,000 women diagnosed to have cervical cancer in 2020 in the world, and among that women, 240,000 died among those patients. 80% of cervical cancer was found in developing countries like Indonesia and Malaysia. Lots of many of patients we found here in Indonesia, and I know that also in Malaysia. We can see in pie diagram at the right side that this is the WHO data in 2018 said that the most frequent cancer for women is breast cancer, and then cervical cancer. Yeah. So this is the part of the world, and the color showed that the incidence of the patient around the world. It says that one woman will die in every minute in the world because of cancer, because of the cervical cancer, and 1 hour in Indonesia. In Indonesia, the incidence of cervical cancer in 2018, we found 570,000 new cases only in 1 year, and 311,000 women died of cervical cancer in 2018. So, according to the Health Ministry of Indonesia, in 2018, cervical cancer is the second most female cancer in Indonesia. We see here in a normal cervix, so we have to know what is the normal cervix look like. So if you are normal, you don't have any lesion, you don't have any abnormality of the cervix. If we put the speculum, if we do the colposcopy, we put the speculum into the vagina, and we open the vagina, and we see the cervix. It is look like this. This is the surface of the cervix. So it's smooth, yeah. From the hole, you can see the hole here. This is the canalis. So this is the channel or the tunnel in the cervix to the womb, to the uterus. We can see in this sample, this is the nullipara. Yeah, so this is the woman who hasn't had a baby yet, like this, and the cervix is look like pretty. I mean, it is smooth and it's clear. The color is like yellowish and brownish. If there is a precancerous lesion, so before become a cervical cancer, normal cervix will become the precancerous lesion, or we can call cervical intraepithelial neoplasia. So this is the precancerous. if precancerous lesion, the cervix will be look like this. So there is like a patch or spots on the surface of the cervix. Sometimes the cervix is a little bit hemorrhage or bleeding, yeah, uh, like this. And this is if the cervix already has a cancer. Looks like this. So if we see the cervix by open the vagina by the speculum and we see the cervix, it looks like this. So it is not smooth anymore. It is like cauliflower. The surface is like a cauliflower. It is like, and it's smelly. It is lots of bleeding, lots of necrosis, or dead tissues. All right then. Now, what is the etiology or what is the cause of cervical cancer? It is because the etiology now it has been found. It has been found that the cause of cervical cancer is a virus. It calls human papilloma virus or HPV virus. Yeah. So human papilloma virus, it is already been identified around 120 types of HPV, and among that 120 HPV types, there are 40 types infected human anogenital. And this HPV, this virus, classified into types, into a big collection. The first categories is low risk type, for example, HPV type 6 and type 11. It is called anogenital warts or papilloma, yeah, something like that. And the high risk types, for example, HPV types 16 and 18, it is caused cervical cancer. Anogenital is anus and genital area, including penile skin in male, vagina, and anus. So it is so this virus is not only infected the cervix, also infect anogenital, anus, and also for male to the skin of the male genital. HPV infection is usually with no symptoms, so the people or the patient is not feeling sick, just feel well. Many people didn't know that they have infected by HPV, and many people could infected other people without knowing it. So they don't know that they already have this virus, and they don't know that they infect other people. So this virus, mobile or contaminated from people to people. All right. So this is the human papilloma virus. This is how they infect to the people, to patient. So virus will infect from people to people by sexual intercourse. Jadi virus ditularkan melalui hubungan seksual, ya. And more than 150 type of virus that identified. 15 among of them, it is now more than 30 or 40 has been known to cause cervical cancer. So this is the cells. If we see the microscopic of the cells of cervix, so the cells it's look like a fence, ya. Jadi seperti pagar. The virus, can you look the figure number 1? So the virus infected the virus enter the cells of the cervix, and it directly to the basal membrane. I mean the basal cells. Jadi dia langsung menginfeksi sel-sel yang paling dalam. And then a few weeks later, the virus will proliferate, will replicate, jadi akan membelah seperti itu, bereplikasi menjadi lebih banyak virusnya, and then 10 to 30 years later, so the infection the cells that already contain the virus will change or will differentiate to be cancer cells. So, perjalanan penyakit dari pasien ini mulai dari saat virus masuk ke tubuhnya sampai menjadi cervical cancer, it's quite long. Jadi biasanya 10 sampai 15 tahun bahkan 30 tahun. Jadi it's not like a coronavirus now ya. So infected today and then a few days later you will get the symptoms. You will have a fever, you have anything. You will have sesak napas seperti itu. But for the human papillomavirus, it needs a long time. So it needs like 10 or 30 years later, then you have a cancer. So what is the risk factor to have cervical cancer? Lots of risk factor, but I show you here the most risk factor. The first is early age to have sexual intercourse, less than 16 years old. So if you have less than 16 years old, you have the risk, you have increased the risk to have cervical cancer. The other thing is HPV type. It is low risk type that you have, or you have high risk. The second, the other things is multiple sexual partners. So bergonta-ganti atau berganti-ganti multiple sexual ya partners. Berikutnya adalah chronic immune suppression. If somebody are taking obat-obatan immunosuppressive, or he or she is having a radiation for another disease. Jadi ini meningkatkan resiko cervical cancer. The other thing is smoking. Another thing, multiparity. Jadi banyak anak, banyak kali melahirkan, has many times to deliver a baby. Low personal hygiene, ya, jadi jarang membersihkan alat kelamin, ya. And then some journals said that it depends also the risk factor also in race. So we divide the risk factor into three categories. The risk factor the first risk factor is marriage, early marriage ya. Jadi pernikahan usia dini, usia muda, berganti-ganti pasangan seksual, melakukan hubungan seks dengan pria yang sering berganti-ganti pasangan, ataukah kita sebut sebagai promiskuitas, ya. The second categories is riwayat infeksi daerah kelamin atau radang panggul. So she already has the infection, chronic infection, recurrent infection of the female genital. Many times to deliver, yeah, for women, and then active or passive smokers. The risk factor category, the third risk factor categories are having also the history of cervical cancer or another cancer in the family. Kurang menjaga kebersihan alat kelamin, so low personal hygiene. Adanya riwayat test pap abnormal, I will explain it later. And then penurunan kekebalan tubuh ya, chronic immune suppression. The sign and symptoms, this is very important that we have to recognize. The first is vaginal bleeding or vaginal discharge. It is not regularly with menstruation. Jadi di luar masa haid ada bercak darah, ya, atau ada cukup banyak darah yang keluar. Second, the most important, the sign and symptoms is intercourse bleeding. Jadi ada perdarahan setelah selesai berhubungan seksual. Perdarahan ini could be like just spots, or many or heavy bleeding. The other sign and symptoms that is important to recognize is floor albus. Floor albus is the secret atau keluarnya cairan, white or yellowish or grayish secret from vagina. Sometimes it is like brownish because it's mixed with blood cells, and smelly or odor. The other thing is abdominal pain, but it is not specific. Low back pain and difficulty if the woman already have difficulty of menstruation atau sulit kencing and renal failure, so that is the sign of advanced stage. So how to prevent cervical cancer? The first is vaccination. So if we have now vaccination for COVID, we also already since long time ago we have vaccination for HPV. Primary prevention for girls now of WHO is 9 to 13 years old. For girls also for boys. Di Indonesia vaksinasi ini belum rutin dilakukan oleh dan belum ada program pemerintah, but I know that many people already have HPV vaccination in Indonesia. The secondary prevention for women more than 30 years of age is screening and treatment as needed. So screen and treat with low-cost technology, for example, pap smear or EVA test. I will explain later on. And HPV testing for high-risk HPV types. The tertiary prevention, all women as needed, is treatment of invasive cancer at any age. Jadi apabila ditemukan kelainan, abnormality in pap smear or EVA test, it must be treated. It could be by surgery, radiotherapy, chemotherapy, and also with palliative care. So how to do early detection of cervical cancer? Because we already know that it is lots of people, lots of patients of this disease, and also high mortality and morbidity of patients with this disease. So we can do early detection. So we have to do screening tests. Screening tests with fish cytology, conventional or repeat-based, or visual techniques with EVA or FILI. Or we can do HPV detection with DNA detection of HPV detection, E6 or E7 mRNA detection. So this mRNA is in HPV virus. First, I want to show the EVA test. EVA in Indonesia, we call it EVA because this test is simple, it's cheap, very cheap, and also it's already been performed all in remote area, area in Indonesia, even in the very small island, everything. So EVA test is inspeksi visual asam acetate. So we use acetic acid to see if there is a lesion in the surface of cervix. So we open the cervix by the speculum of vagina, and then we put the acetic acid on the surface of cervix, and we can see the dysplasia, the precancerous lesion. Normal cervix is like this, and if we do acetic acid EVA, we just put on the acetic acid on the surface of the cervix. We can see the aceto white lesion. So there is a lesion like this. So there is a white spots or white patch on the surface. It means that there is a precancerous lesion. The cells already become precancer. The next is pap smear. Pap smear is examine cervical cells under microscope. I know that in Malaysia already this examination or this test is also being popular as well as in Indonesia. So this pap smear, cells are scraped from the cervix, and examines under microscope to check for disease or other problems. We can see also from the pap smear if there is a fungi or if there is a parasites, if there is bacteria on the surface of the cervix, and also we can see the cells that already is it precancerous or it's already cancer using the pap smear. So pap smear should perform routine for a female who has sexual intercourse. So if you already married or you already have sexual intercourse, it is very sangat dianjurkan ya to do the pap smear test. Why cervical cancer screening is important? Cervical cancer is a new ground cells that originated from cervix, normal cells. Once the normal cells changes to abnormal precancer, it will grow continuously to be cancer cells. The changing from normal cells to cancer cells needs many years for cells proliferating and differentiating. I said that it is 10 to 30 years old, 30 years time. So it's very long. So that's why we have an enough long time to detect if there is a cell abnormalities by screening test, and we can treat this disease in precancerous stage before become a cancer stage. So this is the screening of cervical cancer is very important because we have a long time to detect very early if it is still normal or if the cells already differentiate or change to be precancerous. I'm going to explain a little bit about vaccination of HPV. Vaccination now there are 3 vaccines for HPV. So vaccine bivalent. This is only for HPV subtype 16 and 18. Vaccine quadrivalent is for 6, 11, 16 and 18. So this is the vaccine is all vaccine is only for high risk type of HPV. And now they develop vaccine non-valent. So that is 9 type of HPV types. Usually the vaccine give 0, 1 and 3. So if you shoot now, you will have another vaccine, another shoot 1 month later, and then the next shoot is 3 months later. So vaccination routine screening minimal every 5 years for. So this is the how the intervention of strategy to reduce the cervical cancer morbidity or and mortality. The first, vaccination. The second is routine screening minimal every 5 years for women 25 to 65 years old. So every routine screening minimal every 5 years. So sometimes we found that there is an abnormality of the pap smear, for example, or in EVA, we ask the woman, or we ask the patient to come another 6 months or another 1 year or another 3 months. It depends on the type or the clinical and the signs and symptoms. The third is treatment for precancerous lesion that found in screening. So if once we found the abnormality in screening, we have to treat, and it is better if we treat the in precancer lesion rather than treat it's already in cancer lesion. It's very difficult. Okay, I know that there must be many questions for my presentation. Yeah, is there any question or you
Baik,
can?
Terima kasih Dr. Rina. Okey, kita teruskan dengan sesi Q&A. serius topik kita ya. Sebab kalau nak diikutkan cervical cancer ni dia bukan jangka masa pendek tau. Okay. So bila jangka masa dia panjang, we have to be aware. And itu pentingnya vaccination, itu pentingnya pemeriksaan berkala. Jangan ambil mudah benda ni, seperti mana yang kita bincangkan dengan Dr. Ramadan tadi. Jangan sebab kita risaukan COVID-19, penyakit lain kita tolak tepi. Jangan macam tu. Betul kan Doktor? Okay, so kita open kepada para peserta sekiranya ingin bertanyakan soalan secara terus. Atau mungkin Doktor boleh terangkan, sebab tadi saya ada ternampak pasal vaccination tu, bivalent, quadrivalent dengan nonavalent tu. Adakah itu maksudnya quadri itu maksud berapa yang di cover? Betul? Okay. So maknanya jawab soalan je lah terus. Okay.
Berapa tipe?
Okay. Dalam chat box ada soalan Doktor. Daripada siapa ni ya? Sekejap ya. Daripada Puan Rohana alias, apa makna cell inflammation dalam result pap smear dan apa puncanya? Boleh Doktor terangkan?
So cell inflammation it usually found in pap smear result, So cell inflammation. We found that cell radang, like leukocytes, lymphocytes, histiocytes. So this is the immune cells that found in the specimen in the cervix. Jadi ada sel-sel radang, inflammation cell in the specimen. Kita ketahui fungsi daripada sel itu adalah sel imun ya. Jadi sel yang untuk jadi apabila ada mikroorganisme like viral, bacteria that enter our body, so our body automatically release these cells to fight with the bacteria or virus or fungi like that. So if there is a inflammation, jadi kita tahu bahwa ada sel imun yang tubuh keluarkan. Ya, seperti itu.
Okey, baik. Okey, so maknanya Doktor, kalau Shaun nak cakap what if kalau ujian saringan HPV kita tu negatif, the result is negative, will we still be exposed to the HPV infection?
Ya.
Masih boleh?
Masih bisa. Karena we know that the types of HPV is lots of types. We know that now is more than 100 types of HPV. If we already negative for one type of HPV, we still can have another type infection. Ya, sama seperti virus corona ya.
Betul.
Dia bermutasi terus. It look like every virus has mutation.
Betul, sekarang dengan pelbagai varian COVID-19 kan?
Ya, betul.
Okey. Ada lagi soalan daripada dalam chat box Doktor. If we are diagnosed with cervical cancer, can we still get a vaccine to cure cervical cancer, or we can't do it because it's too late?
If you are diagnosed with cervical cancer, first you have to do the therapy. You have to do the treatment for this disease. Jadi biasanya dokter kandungan OBGYN itu dia melakukan kemoterapi, operation, radiation dan seterusnya. Ya, biasanya if you already have a cancer, you will do the operation, you will do the treatment, you will do the chemotherapy. It usually not doing any vaccination anymore because vaccination is for prevention. Jadi vaksinasi itu untuk pencegahan. Sedangkan kalau sudah dapat cancer, ya biasanya kita tidak melakukan lagi vaccination karena kita sudah maju ke terapi for treatment.
So maknanya dah terlambat lah. Seandainya kita dikesan dapat cervical cancer tu, dah terlambat lah kiranya.
Yeah,
So
that's why vaccination now in many countries they start from 9 years old in primary school.
okay.
Yeah.
Saya kurang pasti di Malaysia.
Yeah, for girls and boys.
Okay, mungkin itu di luar bidang pengetahuan saya rasa. Sebab kalau nak diikutkan di Malaysia memang dari bayi sejak dilahirkan memang vaksinasi itu dia ada macam pelbagai peringkat vaksinasi. So mungkin dah dimasukkan sekali untuk yang wajib tu.
Ya, sampai di Indonesia juga belum wajib, tetapi sudah ada program, tapi belum wajib untuk seluruh rakyat, ya. Tapi sudah ada program untuk vaksinasi mulai 9 tahun. Kadang-kadang primary school or high school mereka sudah vaksin.
Okey.
HPV, ya.
Baik-baik. Dr. Yuziah, ada apa-apa yang nak diutarakan?
Just addition. In Malaysia, HPV, we actually do it on a voluntary basis because it's not something that's forced, and it depends on the person itself, depending on the parents. But if I am a parent, I would actually get my 9 years old onward to be having this, just in case, because we do not know what's going to happen.
Okay. Terima kasih Dr. Yuziah. Kita ada soalan juga dalam chat box tu, Doktor. Can women more than 30 years old get the HPV vaccination?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
So
yes.
It is not up to the age?
Sorry?
It is not up to the age. Whether you are old or young,
no.
You can still be vaccinated, is it?
Yes, you can.
All right.
Yeah. You can still get vaccination. If
okay,
you are...
there's another question, Dr. Rina. Can the vaginal candidiasis lead to cervical cancer? In the chat box.
Yes, I know. So candidiasis is a type of fungi, ya. Jadi jamur, ya. Candida albicans is the most type of fungi that occupied that we found in cervix or in vagina. So candidiasis is not lead to cervical cancer. So the etiology is the virus.
Oh, okay.
Ya,
so
jadi
it's a virus,
bukan jamur. Ya.
Okay, baik. Soalan daripada Syafiqah. Is there any steps to prevent cervical cancers, such as taking care hygiene? Any prevention steps? Mungkin selain daripada pemeriksaan berkala tu ke?
Ya, tentu saja untuk personal hygiene, ya, terutama apabila sedang menstruasi misalnya, ya, bagi yang wanita itu harus tetap menjaga kebersihan tentu, ya, sering mengganti pembalut dan tampons dan sebagainya. Itu harus selalu mencuci atau selalu menjaga kebersihan alat kelamin.
Baik. Daripada Dr. Ilham, as husband, what do we do? What can we do to prevent this cancer? Mungkin ada kaedah yang kami boleh buat. Sebab saya umumnya maknanya mungkin ada para pelajar yang kata akan bernikah di masa akan datang, mungkin perlukan.
Ya. It is also, so this disease not only for women to know, yeah. So and also important to know that this is this disease, this cervical cancer, because HPV is also for men. So we also we also have a penis carcinoma like that.
Oh my goodness.
Also by HPV, but the difference with women, because the vagina is not the skin, it is different, yeah. We have a mucosa, we have a selaput lendir.
Okay.
Of the vagina, but for the female they have skin. Jadi lebih kuat pertahanannya. skin ya. Jadi bukan lebih tebal ya, tetapi dia komposisinya berbeda sel-selnya, sehingga virus HPV itu hanya melekat di atas permukaan kulit pada pria. Ya, kalau dia mandi, dia mencuci itu hilang. Sedangkan kami lokasinya kan di dalam, sehingga virus kalau masuk itu langsung masuk ke seluruh tubuh.
Oh,
Ya,
you have to be really careful.
yes. Jadi bagi wanita tentu lebih berbahaya seperti itu. But tentu saja pria bagi lelaki, bagi bapak-bapak yang sudah menikah tentu harus mengenal kalau istri ada gejala cervical cancer atau ada pre-cancer. Ya, bagaimana Bapak Ilham?
Ilmu.
Terima kasih Dr. Rina pencerahannya. Ini penting buat saya sebagai husband untuk mengetahui. Karena terima kasih Dr. Rina penjelasannya.
Ya.
Baik. Kita teruskan dengan soalan seterusnya, Doktor.
Ya.
What are the different variants of HPV that cause genital warts, kutil kelamin, and cervical cancer? Are there monoclonal antibodies available for treating cervical cancer, such as trastuzumab for breast cancer? Daripada Umul Choiriah dari WHO.
Dari WHO ya. Yeah. So different variants for HPV that cause genital warts, kutil ya, atau warts. So I mentioned that there is two categories of HPV, that is a low risk type and high risk type. Low risk type will cause the genital warts. Yeah, so high risk type will cause cancer. But remember that all types can infected other people. Jadi risiko rendah dan risiko tinggi semuanya menular. Ya, kalau dapat risiko rendah, we just have genital warts. Gampang tinggal diangkat keluar. Tetapi if we have the high risk type, we will have the cancer. Ya, jadi terus apa tadi pertanyaan? Ada any monoclonal antibodies available to treating? Iya, jadi mereka sekarang banyak memakai bermacam-macam types of treatment. Jadi ada yang surgery, ada yang chemotherapy, ada yang immunotherapy, ada yang radiasi, ya memakai sinar seperti itu. Jadi yes, there is a therapy of immunotherapy that some types of brand of drugs.
Okey, baik. Saya rasa itu menjawab soalan. Kita ada soalan daripada peserta, mungkin nak tanyakan secara live. Liana Nurizan, mungkin boleh buka mic untuk tanya soalan.
Hello, Assalamualaikum. Thank you, moderator. So my question is it possible for someone who has been treated with the cervical cancer to get this cancer again? And my second question is it possible for someone who has been vaccinated to get this?
Yeah.
So ada dua situation lah.
Ada dua situation. Jadi yang pertama, you ask about the recurrence. So if we already have cervical cancer and then we treat it and then we have again, jadi berulang seperti itu ya. Yes, you can, and because I mentioned that lots of type of high risk. So if you treated like cervical cancer and then for example you have cervical cancer but you still in the early stage, because you know that there is a stadium, ada stadium of cancer, ada stage of cancer. You have like early stage of cancer and then you are not treated, or you are treated only like operation, a minimal surgery like that, you still can have another type of cancer. So yes, there is a recurrency. The second question, I forget, sorry.
Mungkin Liana boleh ulang soalan?
So my second question is it possible also for someone who has been vaccinated to get this cancer today?
Yes. It's possible. It's possible. But the incidence to have the incidence from the epidemiology research study that the people who already have vaccinated, so the risk to have another cancer is very low. But yes, you still can have. Ya, sebenarnya virus di mana-mana sama saja. We already have vaccinated, and then they are being imbutan, and then they infected again. Ya.
So again,
Alright, thank
betul
you so
lah.
much.
Okay, terima kasih Liana, terima kasih Dr. Rina.
Ya.
Again, betul lah kan, maknanya vaccination is just like a prevention. Betul Dr.?
Ya, betul.
Okay, mungkin ada soalan lagi dalam chat box. Seperti mana we have like cancer fighters yang kata apa boleh recover, boleh sembuh, hidup seperti biasa. Is there a high chance for cervical cancer fighters to recover?
Yeah. So that is the important thing of the screening. If you found kalau if the diagnosis we only have precancer, for example, so you will survive. You will, because it is easy. The doctor will just cut out the precancer. If you detected for the first time you already have a cancer, but you still in early stages, it is also you can survive. But if you are found the first time, you are already in advanced stage, you have a kidney failure, the cancer is already in the colon, in the intestine, the cancer is already in the lung, in liver. So that is the survival rate will reduce, will drop. So it is important. So the most important thing is early detection, harus mendeteksi dini sehingga angka kesembuhannya tinggi.
Baik. Okey, terima kasih Dr. Rina. Kita open untuk mungkin soalan yang terakhir daripada para peserta. Ada siapa yang nak tanya secara terus ataupun nak type di chat box? Soalan terakhir. Okay,
I have a question. I'm sorry for I can't open my camera because there's a problem with my laptop. Okay, I have. So my question is like this: if you get pregnant and then you were diagnosed with the cervix cancer, and then what would you suggest as a doctor? Is it important to save the baby, or is it you suggest that the patient will get an abortion?
Ini jelek jaringan guys.
Sorry. What I can catch is if you are pregnant and you have a cancer, is it?
Yes.
So you're pregnant and you have cervical cancer. It depends on the condition. The first, your pregnancy. So the pregnancy of this patient, is it in what semester? In what trimester? Is it masih trimester awal, tengah, atau sudah mau melahirkan? Ya, or in late semester. Jadi it depends on the situation. Jadi tergantung dari kondisi dari ibu dari pasien ini. Apakah seperti itu? Biasanya kalau dia dan juga tergantung dari stadium or stage daripada kansernya. Kalau misalnya ditemukan kanker itu sudah jauh sampai mengancam jiwa ibu ini, sedangkan dia juga hamil ya. Misalnya kanker ini sudah ada ditemukan di liver atau ada di lung, sehingga ibu ini tentu kalau mau melahirkan agak sesak napas ya, seperti itu ya. Tidak bisa lagi dengan hamil tua seperti itu. Tentu saja mereka akan melakukan tindakan-tindakan lebih agresif ya, dokter obgynnya. Apakah mau anaknya dilahirkan dulu, setelah itu ibu tentu saja by sexual cesarean, for example misalnya ya, setelah itu baru ibu diberikan kemoterapi. Biasanya seperti itu. ataukah dia masih belum mau melahirkan, ya. Jadi masih trimester kedua atau trimester pertama. Mungkin cervical cancernya ini dan cancer ini masih dalam early stage. Mungkin saja bisa dilakukan operasi minor untuk mengupas, ya, minor surgery atau moderate surgery untuk memotong sel kanker itu. Jadi it all depends on the condition of the mother, condition of the baby, and also of the stage of the cancer.
Baik. Memang menjawab soalan rasanya. Okey, Siti Nurliana. Okey, terima kasih atas soalan tersebut. Terima kasih juga Dr. Rina Masadah atas pencerahan serius. Memang serius topik kita. Okey.
Dan
Saya harap
satu lagi, ya, bahwa sekarang karena masih pandemi di banyak negara, ya, virusnya berbeda. Tapi yang lebih memberatkan adalah bahwa kanker ini merupakan penyakit penyerta yang lebih memperberat situasi COVID yang diderita. Jadi dibandingkan orang normal yang tidak mempunyai kanker, tidak sedang kemoterapi, kemudian menderita COVID, dibandingkan yang sudah ada kanker, misalnya kanker cervix, kemudian dan dia perlu juga kemoterapi, dan dia juga harus menghadapi situasi pandemi. Itu merupakan double burden, jadi merupakan double beban untuk pasien maupun untuk pemerintah.
Baik.
Sehingga perlunya kita turunkan kasus cervical cancer ini.
Baik, macam yang kita bincangkan dengan Dr. Ramadan tadi jugalah, kan? Jangan sampai kita terlalu fokus kepada COVID-19, kes-kes lain, penyakit-penyakit lain kita lupakan. Saya ulang je. Okey, baik. Terima kasih Dr. Rina Masadah atas perkongsian yang sangat bermanfaat, saya rasa. Sebab pelajar-pelajar kita ni pun daripada UHO, daripada UNHAS, ada yang bakal melangsungkan perkahwinan dalam masa terdekat, insya-Allah. Kita akan bakal jadi suami, okey, yang perempuan bakal jadi isteri, mungkin benda ni kena jaga betul-betul. Betul kan, Doktor? Okey, terima kasih lagi sekali Dr. Rina Masadah atas perkongsian beliau. Kita teruskan dengan penceramah terakhir kita pada hari ini. Boleh, Doktor? Okey, baik Doktor, terima kasih.
Ya, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi. Okey, penceramah terakhir kita pada hari ini ialah Profesor Madya CHM, Dr. Nur Yuziah Muhammad Yunus, juga daripada UiTM Cawangan Pahang, seperti mana Dr. Megat Ahmad Kamal tadi. Beliau merupakan pensyarah kanan di Pusat Pengajian Industri Perkayuan, PPIP. Macam pelik pula bunyi dia, tapi tak apalah. Di bawah Fakulti Sains Gunaan, UiTM Cawangan Pahang, kampus Jengka. Okey, beliau mendapat sarjana muda sains degree dengan kepujian with honours dalam bidang kimia di Monash University, Australia, dan seterusnya beliau menyambung pengajian dalam bidang sarjana pentadbiran perniagaan, Business Administration di Ohio University, US, Amerika Syarikat. Dari bidang sikit, Doktor. Okey, beliau memperoleh ijazah kedoktoran dari Universiti Putra Malaysia, UPM, dalam bidang wood plastic composite. Okey, so daripada kimia pergi ke MBA and then pergi ke perkayuan. Betul, Doktor? Okey. And saya rasa Dr. Yuziah ni kalau pelajar UiTM Cawangan Pahang semua kenal. So kita teruskanlah dengan sesi beliau untuk dengan tajuk Expectation of Industry on the Graduated Degree Students. Okey, dipersilakan Prof. Madya CHM Dr. Yuziah Muhammad Yunus.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator Nakudin. And salutation for the management team and my peer lecturers, as well as the students who are involved here. And I also say hello and salutation to those who are not even a student, which might actually log into our seminar. To start with, I say thank you for giving me the chance to actually give a bit of sharing here. And basically, let me start with this. Ya Allah, permudahkanlah urusanku, bukakanlah simpul lidahku dan sampaikanlah ilmu yang berguna dariku, insyaAllah. Okay, we have two extremely heavy topic, and what we are going to look at now is something that is, I would like to actually make it into something that we can actually do discussion on. And let me share first the screen, which means, okay. Okay, give me information if you can't hear me or you cannot see this. The expectation of industry on graduated degree student. Okay, now why actually I choose this topic? Just a bit of introduction to myself. I started being a chemist in 1988, and later on become an R&D manager in 1995. That's the reason why I actually have my master in business administration. So I become an assistant R&D manager in 91, and I find that I do not know, I don't have the knowledge to actually become a manager, and therefore I took that particular degree. It was a challenge because it was done part-time on Saturday and Sunday. That is something that you as a graduate later on, if you choose to go to work and you find that you want to improve yourself further, instead of going straight into your master courses as what is given by Dr. Megat just now, you can actually have the option to actually go and try and do things on part-time basis. And then in 96, I was challenged by someone from the academic line to see whether I could actually do a PhD. So I did that, and I don't know whether it was stupid, it was good. I actually did my PhD part-time and managed to get the PhD in the wood-based industry. Now, a bit on if you actually look at all this changing from your degree to your master to your PhD, you will notice that when you change from one point to another, you're supposed to be having everything in line. So for my case, it was a bit different. And why it's different? Because there is, because I start with science, I went into administration, and later on I actually go back and do what we call technology. There is a bit of convincing for you to be able to do that, and that's what I want to share with you. What is the potential, the art of presenting yourself so that you can be accepted by people, by organization, by companies as part of their team member. Okay, let's start what we are having today. Okay, what's on the menu? You're a graduate. A graduate does not necessarily mean you are just a degree. You could be having your diploma, you could be having your normal degree, you could be having your master, and you could be having your PhD. So we are going to look at what's next, a bit on the application, and then concentrate the red part on the interview, in which we will see what need to, okay. And then we are going to look at the closing. Okay. Yay, I have finished my study, I have got my degree, so what's next? What's your strategy? Okay, your strategy, you have an option. You have an option. If you choose to go into entrepreneurship, please make sure you listen to Dr. Hidayatun tomorrow, because she's going to talk about entrepreneur, what you want to do being an entrepreneur. But if you choose to become a person that works for someone, then you have to think about whether you want to go into the technical line, the admin line, or something that actually look at the combi. And all these three combination that you have here, you can either have it in the academic or the industry. So what I did was the other day, I actually tried to do a mind map. Okay, this is a mind map that looks extremely busy. You are the star, and as a star, I am not sure now that you're studying, I don't know which level you are, whether you are going to be a graduate next year, whether this year. Have you ever thought about what you want to do? Have you ever really put your thought, really think about what you want to do? Do you have a clear line of the things that you want to do? So if you look at the star that I put there, this star can actually go be something that you can apply to. It does not matter whether you're in forestry, whether you are actually an engineer, whether you're doing diploma, whether you're doing something in business administration. You'll find that the star will tell you there is a potential, there is a vast potential of the things that you can do. So this particular star actually is what I see for the people under the forest management type of study. You can go into marketing, you can become policymaker, you can start to become expatriate. Entrepreneur is one thing that is in the option. You can go in your research and development, you can go into teaching, or you can go into something that is forester. And some people wants to be by themselves, so they might actually, if you're very, very good in writing, sometimes you do something that is technical, but you are very, very good in writing, you can actually do writing media, you can freelance, you can actually do things for people. And then you definitely can go into the industry. When you want to go to industry, you have to think about, do I want to go upstream, downstream, processes? Do I want to go towards technical service in the industry, and so on and so on and so on. Okay, this particular slide, if you all want it, please request from the organizer. But this is the way. If you have not done this, start doing it. If you have not done this, start doing it. And the reason is because when you go for your job interview later on, you will need to know exactly what you want. You need to actually have a good idea of the direction that you want to follow. Okay, so basically, in your strategy, you have to arm yourself. You have to ask all the specific question of, you have to list what you want to do, where you want to go, when you want to do it, and how you're going to actually execute it. And then, most importantly, okay, this is before the interview, because the interview is when we find out what the company wants. Before you interview, the first thing that you need to do, please make sure you have your resume. This is your first line of defense. Okay, this is your front liner. If you do not have a good resume, you find that people will literally ignore you. If you have a resume that doesn't pop up, you'll find that it is easily ignored. Now, one thing about Malaysia, I'm not sure about Indonesia, and I believe it is the same. In Malaysia, we do not teach you to have what we call a fixed type of resume, not like the Japanese people. If you look at the Japanese people, they actually have what we call a special training. You Google this up. You Google SHUKATSU, Shukatsu. In Japan, they follow what we call the Shukatsu method, in which they have a 1 year training. If you are a final year student, they have a 1 year training on how to hunt for job. So this is, I have looked at the way they do it, and I find that if you are dealing with something technical, okay. But if you are dealing with something that needs a lot of artistry, chukatsu is something that is not really good. But it would be interesting for you to actually just have a look and see at the different method in which people come up with ways for you to hunt for a job. So key point. First is the first line, the resume. And then make sure if you are going for your job, make sure all your certificate is ready, and make sure if you are asking for the government sector, your certificate is certified. Okay. And the other thing that's very, very important, your referees. Your referees, you should always have two. You should always have two referees. One is one of your lecturer who are in love with you, who will be able to tell you how well your behavior is and what type of person you are. And then you get someone that is from outside that is not in your family member. Okay, so you must have two. You must make sure you have this, and you must make sure your referee know about them, about their name being used. And whenever, let's say you have the chance to go for an interview, please make sure you tell your referees, I am going for an interview, just in case they are being caught. Because the employee nowadays, because they have so much choice, they can actually have so many different candidates around. If they find that they might be interested in someone, they may not even call you first, but they will call your referees, and that's where they will listen to see the type of character you are. So that is what we call a secondary character finding. Okay, and when I said arm yourself, you also must be able to apply. And there are many ways you can do application. Okay, and those are, one of it is online. So make sure that you go for every single bit of online stuff that you have, whether it's JobStreet, My Job in Malaysia. Sorry, I didn't Google what type of online JobStreet situation that you have in Indonesia. That's one. So go for anything that's online. It could be private, it could be government, or you can go direct. Direct, there are many ways. You can actually look up by using your kuasa kaki untuk go from different type of industry to see whether you have something there. You can actually write in. You can actually look at advertisement that is in the papers, and one of the direct type of possibility of getting a job that people don't realize is showing yourself and projecting yourself well when you go at exhibition. You find if you have exhibition on the different types of job that you want, just go to the companies, talk to them, and you will be very surprised how many of you could actually be offered to at least come for an interview just by going at exhibition. And when I say exhibition, I don't talk about exhibition about job. I talk about exhibition that have things like equipments for your particular types of study, for the engineering, for the sciences, for the maths group. So all those type of exhibition where you actually have companies, and the companies are exhibiting, and they sometimes, if you spend a bit of time talking to them, you find that you actually can get some idea of what is needed for that particular company or that particular type of job. There is one we call the headhunters. So headhunters is a bit different. Headhunters is if you have sort of got some sort of training somewhere, or if you are working somewhere. So headhunters is something that's not that easy to be. It's not an easy method to get, because headhunters is you're working and people look at your performance. Okay, the other things that I also remember, the direct method. So direct method, this maybe it is too late for you, but you can actually share with your friends, your adik-beradik, people who are with you, share with them. There are some company that do advertisement for scholarship, something like the Quote Foundation, something like Petronas, something like Khazanah Alam. They actually give beasiswa, they give scholarships, and whether you all realize it or not, that scholarship is what we call the start of your job interview. It is the start of your job interview. With the scholarship, they actually will monitor you and they will see whether you are suitable to have a job in that particular company. And I give you an example. I have my cousin who was sought by Khazanah. Khazanah is actually the monetary body that governs Malaysia punya economy, and she had a 7-step interview, 7 interview altogether, and with that interview she got her scholarship, and then she went for her study for 4 years, and she come back and she have to actually go to what we call a management trainee for about 8 years, 8 tahun management trainee before you actually become a full-fledged worker in that khazanah itself. So that is the direct part. And for you who actually go out and do latihan industry, industrial training, please treat that as a direct interview, because there are many cases in which, since you project yourself very, very well, you actually end up with a job when you actually come out. Because these are, when you do for latihan industry or industrial training, you actually spend about 3 to 6 months with the company, and the chances of you, if you do very well, you don't treat it as just very simple to finish your degree, but you treat it as something for you that the company might actually consider for you to continue with that company. Okay, now let's say after going to all that and you manage to go to the interview, most importantly, be on time. Most importantly, find out what is the platform, whether it is face-to-face, whether it's online, and never be late, be on time, and you have your self-presentation is very, very important. If you present yourself as someone who tak selekeh, doesn't have a very good smart way in which presenting yourself, you find that your employee will actually get potential employee will get put off. So presentation is very, very important. Spend a bit of time, not necessarily but time, to actually present yourself in the way that you find, in the way that you will actually continue in that company if you work there. Your resume, bring it with you, because just in case they want to have a look at what you have in your resume, and your certificate, bring it with you. It is depend on company. Some company wants to see the original, some company doesn't want to see the original. And the most important thing is, when you actually go to the interview, you are going to see a team. Okay, you are going to see a team there, and the team will tell you how widespread this particular interview is going to be. Sometimes you have a team of just the production team, and sometimes you just have a team of production, management, human resource, financial, and everything. So by looking at the team, you actually can have an idea that sometimes it's very interesting. When you ask for a job, you might be asking for a technical job, but because you have human resource, admin, and so on, the way you present yourself in your interview, the company might actually consider you for a different type of job. So look at the team and look at how big the team is, and be brave when you actually meet. It doesn't matter which particular type of team that you have. Okay, now in the interview, what is needed is one is definitely your character. When you talk, make sure that you have a voice that I can hear. Those of you who find that it's very difficult to talk, start voice training, and you'll be very surprised if you actually start to learn voice training on how well you can actually project your voice, how soothing you can make your voice, and how you can actually influence people by the way you actually speak. The mannerism, the way you speak, how you put your word and so on, that would be something that is very, very important. And that bring me to the language part. In the language part, you find that you need to be able to express yourself well. Depending on where you actually do your interview, you find that you may have to choose English or Malay or Bahasa Indonesia as needed. And if you do find that if your interviewer asks you in English, answer in English. If they ask you in your mother tongue language, answer in mother tongue language. And sometimes, if you have learned something, in some of you might actually learn Japanese or French and so on. If you happen to go to a company in which you notice that person, dengar nama dia, listen to their name, you can actually guess whether this person is French, Japanese, or Korean, and so on. If you find that you can capture or they can tell you where they are from, if you know their language, try to use a bit of greeting. You do a bit of greeting, and that might actually break the ice. Okay, what it means is they will be more open to listening to you. So that is something that you can actually take advantage of. And in a company, when I actually interview people for the place that I work, 26 years I work in Malaysian Adhesive and Chemical. When I work there, I actually have done quite a lot of interview. And one of the things that I would love my interviewee to do is to be able to speak in Chinese, ni hao ma and stuff like that. Okay, basically because most of the client of the company are Chinese, and some of the client, if they come from Myanmar, for example, they don't even speak anything else but Chinese. So you may want to actually see whether you can, you need to take time, you need to show that this is the advantage you have. So go for advantage. Be confident in how you carry yourself. The confidence can show by the way you talk, your mannerism, and the way you arrange the way you speak to people. And at the same time, try to project something that's positive and do not try to project ego. Okay, if you do not know what is positive, what is ego, talk to each other. Okay, that would be a homework when you go back with your team, talk to each ego. What is positive, what is ego? Because that makes a difference. Because the moment you project ego in your interview, the chances of you getting a job is very low. It means that you have the character that will not be able to mix well into the group. Because in a company, it is a teamwork. Individual performance, that is done in a teamwork. So that is something that we have to keep in mind. When you do conversation, you do not chatter. Now, one thing I noticed about this shukatsu, they actually have what we call a group interview. They actually put together a group interview in which they take about 10 candidates, they put in a room, and then they will actually put observer around, let's say about 5 observers around there, and they will give a topic. And in the topic, they will ask, what is, for example, what is the difference between resin and adhesive? Okay, sorry, I'm teaching that particular course, yeah. What is the difference between resin and adhesive? And then they will allow the group to actually do a conversation for about 15 minutes, okay? And then after that, they have to present. Okay, and in that 15 minutes or in that 10 minutes, they are able to see whether you are someone with knowledge or someone without knowledge. Because someone with knowledge will do a conversation, will actually give points that are relevant. Someone with a chatter will just try to make sure that they are heard, don't care about everybody else, as long as their voice is loud above the others. So that is something that is very, very interesting. If you go for Petronas interview, if I'm not mistaken, you have to go through this. Petronas macam Petromina, which is the oil company for Malaysia. So I believe the oil company of Indonesia will do something like this. So for big company, they will actually have written interview so that they know your knowledge level, and then they will have group interview so that they know how you actually your ethics, how you work, your confidence, whether you are a person who just chat or someone who actually have knowledge. And then they will have what we call a one-to-one interview finally to see how well you fit into the company. So then when you're in interview, you get a lot of questions and you listen. Whenever you are whenever you are being interviewed, listen to the question. The one main thing that I find very irritating is when I ask a question A and the person answer D without listening to A because they just heard the first line or the second line. So be careful with that, because this will actually this will actually make or break your interview. So make sure that you actually listen, and then make sure that you actually show that you are the type of person who are capable of doing this under individual, under group, and you are also a person that are capable to actually do leadership type of thing. So these are the type of thing that you have to keep in mind when you are in the interview. One thing that is very scary when you are in interview is when people ask for preference. So preference, okay, under ethics, preference is something that someone from human resource like to ask. That is because they want to know whether you need jenis, are you the type who can accept other people's opinion? And be very careful when you go preference. When they talk about politics, do not go full force into politic argument, because it's always a failure. When you go for that type of argument, you just try to find your way, slowly get yourself out of that. And you just say, in terms of politics, there is something that is quite personal, but I believe it will not actually deter me from doing my job, whatever scope that you actually give to me. Something like that. Go for something like that. Do not kata saya suka UMNO or saya suka something. Do not do that, because that's very, very dangerous. And in an interview, they will do that deliberately. And the reason is because we want to see whether the person is flexible and whether the person is something that can work with someone when you have different type of situation, and whether you can actually be a moderate person. That's the key. Okay, knowledge. The type of knowledge, what you need to do with the knowledge, the depth and the thing. This is something that is dependent on the type of job that you're supposed to get. Okay, so please remember this. Knowledge is very important. Knowledge is something that you get and you actually have got it from your degree. And the depth, it doesn't matter what is the depth of your degree. When you work somewhere, you have to ask them about the job scope first, because I guarantee you, you have to undergo training. So if they ask you something and you could not answer, then you say, for this particular time, maybe I could not answer your question, but I have been trained. I have been trained to do search, to find out more knowledge. I can easily go into Google. I can easily go into libraries and so on for me to get this data for you. So this type of knowledge is is something that you can search for. And you'll be very surprised. If you can answer that well, it does not matter your result. Your result too does not have to be class 1. To tell you, I am a class 2 lower. So that is actually ABC, C kalau dalam grading. And I got my job out of 1,700 candidate at that particular time. So it's more like knowledge, they know that you have knowledge. It's just that the next one, how well do you do logical thinking? How well do you relate your theory to feel? How well can you do problem solving? And key point, how well you can do priority. So listen to the question and see what type of question and capture if that question is what we call a priority question, because that is something that is very, very critical. And this is something that you have been taught. We cannot teach you one by one, because when it comes to priority, there is thousands and millions of priority, the way you need to arrange, and priority is dependent on situation. Like we have in the COVID-19. At the moment, people put COVID-19 vaccination as priority, actually forgetting kita punya dengue and actually forgetting kita punya HPV situation just now. So this is actually a priority, how well you can arrange. And sometimes they just give you a direct question. Okay, A dengan B, A, B, C, which one do you do first? Think before you answer and think about your reason. Okay, that's all that they want. There is no straight answer. They just want you to choose and give a reason that is logical to show how well you do problem solving. I search for that. And I actually like to take the candidate who are not too talkative, but able to give me this type of logical thinking question. Why? Because in the company that I used to work last time, we do research and development. We need people who can solve problems. We need people who knows how to do priority. So you sort of, if you really are not sure how to answer that, ask them first, what is supposed to be in my job scope? If you do not know the job scope, ask what is supposed to be my job scope, and from there you will be able the logical thinking type of question. Now the bomb is the plan. There will be always a question on plan. What is your short-term plan? What is your long-term plan, and what do you aspire to be? So this is a very, what we call a bomb type of question, in which it will show me as your potential employer on whether you are the type who will stay in my company for 5 years, you are the type who will actually stay in my company for 10 years, or you are the type that can stay in my company until you go into pension, or at least give me about 15 or 20 years of your time. You know why? Because as an employee, we know you have knowledge, but we have to train you. When we want to train you, we are going to spend money on you. When we spend money on you, it is really very irritating when you leave and work with someone else after we have finished training you. So that is something that is done by the headhunters just now. Okay, so you have to know what is your short-term, long-term, and aspiration. And truthfully, everyone the student here, please do not say, I want to be a general manager in 3 years, unless you are an entrepreneur, you have your own company. Do not say that. Susah tak dapat. Susah nak dapat kerja tu. Okay? So there are other things that you have to do. You have to show a bit of assertiveness, especially if it's a group interview. If you have the chance to work on the company, you can actually look at what the company do. That actually helps. And when they ask you to ask question, try to find what we call a good question, okay, a logical question to ask for you to be able to actually apa orang kata show that okay, I have been listening to you, and now I would like to see feedback. And the question would be something that also create interest in them, showing that oh, I am interested in your company. I am interested. So that's something that you should look at. Okay, the other thing, salary. Okay, salary is something that you have to go with your experience, where you are having the interview. Okay, maybe I can go into the next one. Okay, if you are having a type of company that is big, small means it is everything. So the chances is it will not be able to give you a good company. If it's a department, then the chances is you will have a slightly higher potential salary. If it's a unit, then you find that definitely this one can give money. For example, if you go into Petronas, you can start with 3,000, 4,000, no issue. Okay, but if you go into a company that is just dealing with simple selling and buying of something, 1,500. But key point, when you do negotiation, you tell them, okay, I can start with this, but I would love to see the company appreciate me as I go. I will work hard, and with this, hopefully, I will actually, you will actually see that's worth having me, and it will be my short-term goal to be able to get a much better salary after this, but I can start with this much. I have actually been to a job interview in which that was in 1987. The person said, okay, I can only give you RM 500 for your job. How much do you want? So I answered, okay, looking at what I have to actually cover in terms of my requirement, I need to have about RM 1,100. So the person, do you know what that interviewer told me? Excuse me, beggars can be choosers. That's what was told to me. And I just looked at the person straight in the face and said, I am sorry, this beggar is choosing. If you cannot give me 1,001, there is no way I can work here. I'm so sorry for that. If you believe that I'm not worth 1,001, I think you should not have me. That's what I told the person. Good Lord. Believe it or not, I got the job. And I actually got 3 job offers at that particular time. And I decided to actually go for Malay and Additive and Chemical. Come to think of it, if you want to do negotiation like that, if you really cannot live, okay, with that salary, boleh lah. Please negotiate. And if kata orang, if you actually going to be berhutang all the time, every time you receive your salary, then you have to consider something else. Okay, so salary is something flexible, negotiable, but please make sure your flexibility is there, because that is something that will be considered by the company. Now, key point, when you talk to the company, the pertinent information that you have to need is what is the specification, the scope that is needed for that job that you're applying, because you then know whether the company want to have a follower or they want to have an innovator. So a follower is when you actually have a unit that is set. You are going to do this type of repeated type of job where you have to do quality control and so on. But innovator is when you actually start going into company in which you have to come up with new products all the time. So you have to answer according to the job scope. So it's nice if you can get your job scope. And then you have to see whether it's a specific or general. If it's specific, make sure your knowledge is there, because they will ask you. If you are a chemist student, they will say, okay, now tell me, what is, how do you do acetylation of phenol? If you can answer, then bye-bye to the job. Okay, so if it's specific, so make sure you actually have the knowledge part. Okay, and then you also need to consider about production and servicing, and these are the type of information that you have to look at. You can tailor-make all your resume according to that. You can tailor-make all your resume according to that. I'll give you an example. I am actually the referee to quite a number of my ex-students, and I have 2 students who actually try to apply for Maple. This is a multinational company based in UK, but they are doing this in Pasir Gudang. So one actually asked for design, for the design department. One actually asked for the sales department. So I asked them to revamp their resume to highlight you are in R&D, and the other one highlight you are actually able to do logistic, marketing, okay, the branding and stuff like that. Both of them, alhamdulillah, get the job. Okay, so and in fact, one of them now has actually moved into another company and head the design department of that other company. Okay, this is under furniture. So it is something that you actually have to do tailoring. So now, what does that mean? When you actually go for interview, the company is going to search for someone that fits the profile. They will look at someone dependable, not someone that works for 6 months and then leave, or someone after 1 year then leave. Too much money has already been put into you. They want to look at someone who is trustworthy, and that's the reason why sometimes you get questioned twice, 3 kali, 4 kali for the same type of question. Mungkin it is reworded. So you have to be very careful, because this is already a set up question. We know that if you answer this differently, you cannot trust this person, because they do not know exactly what they want. And when they answer, the answer ni is picked from air, bukan something yang you dah simpan lama. If you are think of about knowledge, make sure your knowledge is savvy. Make sure you are actually what you call, the best knowledge is the fundamental knowledge. So if your fundamental is not strong, make it stronger. If your fundamental is not strong, make it stronger. For example, pH. What makes pH occur? What is pH? Okay, so what is the fundamental without for that particular parameters? So things like that, you need to have your fundamental, because fundamental, you can work on it. It become a base for you to work for something that's bigger. You must have the capability of multitasking. So along the way, try to show how you multitask by showing the activity that you do. Masuk sulamkan into the way you answer the question. Show that you have the flexibility to be trainable, because remember, they said they have knowledge, but you always be trained no matter where you work. You always be trained no matter where you work. And then now you good work ethics is something that people are looking for, and again they will pick this up by the way you answer question. And of course, nowadays, if you are not IT savvy, you find that it's very difficult to actually get a job unless you are you masuk dalam hutan. Dekat dalam hutan tu, then it's a bit difficult. Itu pun you might actually need to be IT savvy by using all your satellite based phone and sebagainya. So that is something that you have to consider. Okay, closing. All I can say is you have been trained. Okay, you have been trained. It doesn't matter what type of degree that you have been trained. If you don't believe me, look back. You have your knowledge. You have been given business administration based material. You have been given your accounting type of material, and you have been given how to do ethics. How did they train you to do ethics? When you did your lab report, when you did your assignment, you curi, did you steal that from someone, plagiarism, or did you not? You have been trained to have good ethics. So do your homework before you go for your interview. Make sure you know your company. If you do not know your company, get ready, look for all the potential. Practice, practice, practice. You can actually talk to each other, get someone to be a CEO, and then you become interviewed, and then you see how well you answer question. Don't get shy. Do not get shy when you get the wrong answer, because it's better you get your wrong answer when you did your practice, and rather than you give the wrong answer when you are being interviewed. So get ready for any question possible. You need to be confident. Confident ya, jangan ego. Confident. Kalau ego, masalah sikit. Okay. So with that, hopefully, I would say good luck to you. And I would just like to close with this. Thank you for your kind attention. And I did basically need to share this particular picture with you. This is from UiTM Pahang, kita punya forest at the back there. And if you look at this is two. Hopefully I can mentor you a bit, so memayungi for you to be able to get ready for your future interview. And then you notice something or not? This growth is on a piece of dead leaf. Opportunities is everywhere. So we give you the spore, we want you to grow, and your growth could be from anywhere. Just look at opportunity, get ready, you have been trained, and people want people who are honest, people want people who have good ethics, and people want people who are trainable with the knowledge to improve the knowledge that you have. And if any of you find that you're interested to talk to me, this is my email. So if I can, I will answer as much as I can for sharing. Thank you very much.
Okay, terima kasih buat Dr. Noyuziah atas perkongsian beliau sebentar tadi. Sangat bermanfaat, bermanfaat juga saya rasa. Sebab para graduan kita, para pelajar kita mungkin akan bergraduasi dan selepas tu akan masuk ke dalam pekerjaan, kan Doktor? Okay, so simply said, apa yang saya boleh rumuskan, saya rasa berdasarkan apa yang Dr. Yuziah terangkan sebentar tadi, throughout your throughout your years in university, kita memang telah digarap, telah dididik dengan untuk mempersediakan diri dengan pelbagai ilmu. So simply said, untuk interview tu pun kalau nak ikutkan, kita dah diterapkan dengan benda tu. So itu adalah tugas tugas kita lah untuk memahirkan diri kita lagi untuk menghadapi sesi interview dan alam pekerjaan yang akan datang. Kalau betul lah Doktor. Okay. Okay, so rasanya kita boleh masuk ke sesi Q&A. Ada apa-apa soalan yang ingin para peserta tanyakan secara terus kepada Dr. Noyuziah? Boleh utarakan?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum. My name is Mariana. I am from
Diana, tak boleh dengar, Diana.
Okay. Boleh dengar, Doktor?
Boleh.
Dengar tak? Okay. So, Doctor, my question is, I've heard this idea. I've heard about this from this one forum long time ago. One of the panelists said that a company prefers someone with a higher working experience rather than who don't. So these people, they said that these people usually applies for internship during their semester break. So I would like to hear your clarification regarding this. Can we apply for internship anytime, even without the letter of, the recommendation letter from university for internship? Like, who wouldn't love the idea of someone working for our company for free, right? So I want to hear your clarification regarding that. So can you get my question, Doctor?
Okay, you are asking on company actually taking people from internship. That's one. And second one is whether you can actually go for internship without letter from university.
Yes.
Okay. Now, as we say, internship, that is one of the direct way. Internship is very, very important because what happens is when we give internship, a lot of company, when they give internship, they are actually having in mind that they want to actually search for someone. They do that. Okay, that's the reason why certain company baru-baru ni, if I'm not mistaken, Pontianak yang buat aniline all these things. They actually give internship to five of our agro-based students, and then in that internship, they actually give work. So in the internship, they actually give work. You're supposed to be working 9 to 5. And then from time to time, they deliberately said, hey, there is extra work. Someone can do overtime and so on and so forth, without actually payment. Overtime. Okay, there's extra half an hour extra and so on and so forth. So what happened is it just has happened. One of the intern, I know this person, and I said, I don't know about you, but when I look at this, they take 5. I believe this is a job interview. So I told the person, no matter what they give you, do. No matter what they give you, do. No matter what they ask you, do. As long as they don't ask you to do benda yang haram lah. Okay, so what the person did is this, and sure enough, after 6 months, 2 days before she finished, she got a letter saying that she is selected to be the quality control person for that company. So that is one. So internship is actually a place that is a potential for you to be actually taken in. And under PPIP, which is the place that I'm actually teaching, it's even better. We have not internship, we have the latihan industry, the industrial training. And in our industrial training, from the point I start work from 2014, when I did visit to the company, I actually asked them, are you interested with this student and so on? And we actually end up with having 4 or 5 of them getting a job after they graduate. But you have to remember, under the forestry, their internship is 6 months before they graduate. So the company were willing, because they have looked at the way you work, they have sort of interview you, and they're actually willing to actually take this person in after 6 months. So this is actually tak kenal maka tak cinta. So once they kenal you, they cinta. So if you can do internship, yes, go in. There are many ways to do internship. If it's linked to your course, please do that and challenge yourself. Go to company that you feel dia ada potential nak ambil kerja. Okay, go for the company that actually give you the potential to take you in. Because a lot of people, when they go for latihan, for the industrial training, they want to go for something simple. They want to go to the government sector, and so on. Please don't do that. I actually ask everyone here, if you have the chance, don't go towards the government sector and do your internship, because government, they have a very specific way to actually take you in. They don't look at your internship. They actually, but if you go outside, there is a chance, because now you open yourself up, people actually recognize you. So that is something that you actually do. So even if you have latihan industry, then please go through that. But if you find that you don't have this in your course, what you can do is, as I say, go for exhibition. Okay, after this MCO dah tak ada, go for exhibition. Approach the company and just say that I want to work for you, tak payah apa-apa, free pun tak apa, but I want to learn. Some company are willing, but they will actually give you something. They will actually give you something, at least food or something untuk makan dan sebagainya. So I would say my students are very lucky. Most of my students memang boleh lah pergi somewhere untuk internship. Okay, so for that case, you don't need the university punya letter. But if it's actually linked to your course, please get the letter, please. Yeah.
Okay, rasanya Dr. Yuzah menjawab soalan. Ada soalan dalam chat box, Dr. How do people get overseas internship? Mungkin Doktor boleh terangkan sikit.
Okay, this is more, okay, how many of you like to Google search things? Many. So, angkat tangan many. Okay, by the way, siapa yang lapar tu please makan ya, because I saw a few of you eat, so please do that. Google and look for internship. If you are not already in LINKED, linked, please go into link, and from there you can actually type things like internship and so on. You'll be very surprised on how many internship there is around. Okay, there was one just open just before the COVID last time. It's actually an internship for this one, because I searched a lot for forestry, I'm sorry about that, but there are other options. The forestry, there was an internship open, and it was in US. That is actually to go into Yellowstone. Tahu Yellowstone? Oh, I don't know how many of you know where Yellowstone is. If you don't, please Google it. It's a very nice place. Yellowstone, they actually have places where they do a lot of studies. They actually open an internship for 1 year. They give the person 10,000 USD. So things like that does happen. Go into the net, search for internship. Go and then search for places yang you rasa you nak pergi, and then search for, and the best part of it is like this. We have to actually have this connection here. With this connection, Bill, there could be internship that is in Indonesia, Yogyakarta. You see Gajah Mada the other day. I actually sent 5 of my students there to actually do a summer camp. Okay, and in that summer camp, you actually learn. You may not have it's very interesting. Even if it's just a simple summer camp that is only for 3 weeks, in that 3 weeks, when you cross border from Malaysia to Indonesia, or Malaysia coming to Indonesia coming to Malaysia, you'll be very surprised on how much you learn. Okay, your learning curve really goes up, and that's what you need to do. With that learning curve, when you are actually, if you are in interview and they ask you something, you might actually remember what you learned from that particular training that you have. So you go for this type of thing for you to actually learn more. And a volunteer. Volunteerism is something that you actually have to remember, to consider, because when you volunteer, you actually meet people of different level. You are at your age, you are very bright, perky, and very energetic. You volunteer, you are going to meet a lot of people at different level, because the person who organize will actually have certain experience. The person who are also in that particular volunteer will have different type of experience. So you share information, you learn, and interestingly, you get contacts, and with that contact, you might actually have the direct type of interview potential. So go for this type of thing. Sebab kadang-kadang, okay, dengan hati yang ikhlas, you go for it, and you'll be very surprised on how much thing that comes back to you.
Okey, baik. Terima kasih Doktor. Rasanya kita ada soalan daripada peserta Iman Batrisha. Iman Batrisha. Calling for Iman Batrisha, are you there? Ada ke? Sebab angkat tangan tu.
Mana?
Ada dekat tepi. Saya punya dekat sebelah kiri. Iman Batrisha, anything you want to ask?
Just ask a question.
Tak ada pula, macam senyap pula responnya. Tak apalah. Okey, kita baca soalan dekat chat box. Daripada Sukadiana. Prof, any advice to the graduates in order to ensure they are marketable for job during this COVID-19 pandemic? During COVID-19 pandemic ni, ada apa-apa nasihat ke, cadangan ke, kaedah ke?
Okay guys, now COVID-19 pandemic ni, we work on online. Okay, during this time we work on online, and you'll be Iman, you can put your question down instead of talking if you want to. Okay, now you know that's very interesting. If you are when you are dalam COVID-19, most of the interview is online, and this is even more challenging sebenarnya. So you must be able to actually, satu, make sure you ada data lah untuk go online, and this is where your prowess in doing your resume is very important. Because people needs to have your first line. They need to see what you actually can do. Okay, and with that, if they call for interview, please try to do that and find ways. As what happened to one of my student, dia tak boleh go online, so they call, they text the person and say, give me 20 minutes, I'm driving somewhere, and they drive all the way to one of the in our kampung, we actually have this unit where they have apa tu untuk internet kan, dia duduk sebelah tu, dia buat internet kat situ, because things like that. So things like that you actually have to work with. So key point masa ni, make sure your resume is very good. Just send in. Bila ada je job opening, just send in, and you'll be very surprised actually and how many job opening is coming. Macam in Malaysia, please remember we have 18,000 jobs coming for cikgu tau. 18,000 job open. So those of you who doesn't know, please masuk Kementerian Pelajaran Malaysia. There is 18,000 job. Tutup 1-2 hari bulan 7 dia punya application. Please do apply. Okay, so be open, keep on listening to what is on TV. Sebab at this particular time, your news is very, very volatile. There will be a lot of news in Indonesia or Malaysia. There will be a lot of news in which this is going to do, this is going to do, this is going to be done. The reason is because masa kita pandemic, everything goes down. Okay, masa everything goes down, and then when you start doing learning online dan sebagainya, you will actually notice there are a lot of loops and holes in which you have to fill with different jobs. So then this job will open up again the moment COVID-19 ni get that 70%. Okay, so you have to get ready. And nak kata tak boleh nak dapat job dalam COVID-19 ni, I don't know whether my master student ada kat sini ke tidak. I hope she is in. I did ask her to come in. My master student who is now waiting for her viva, tak pergi viva lagi, just send in her viva. She just did job interview online, and when she did the job interview, everything was blank. Dia macam, shall I do this or shall I not do this? But I told her, just go, try it. And now she is actually having a job, but of course with this COVID, kita punya MCO is 1 bulan cuti lah ni. But surprisingly, she got a job, and this job, when she went in, because of the way online ni dia macam, sometimes it gives you the wrong impression about the company. It gives you the wrong impression about the company. So she thought the company was small. So she went in there. She told me, "Alah, company small, takut nak masuk ke tidak." So I said, "Never mind. Get your experience, go in." So you all, whatever job you can get, just go first. Get your experience. Kalau something went wrong later on, then you make your decision by using that analysis of priority. Yeah. So she went in. She went to the company. She walked into the company and she just go, "Oh my God." She went into a company that actually deals with housing complexes. Satu projek dia aja ada dalam 200 rumah, and satu rumah tu harga dia 1.5 juta. So she was like, okay, I got a job from a blank surface. So that masa dia buat ODL, dia punya interview tu blank aja kat belakang tu. The company did not want to show what type of company they have. They just want to see you punya reaction. So companies do that. Okay, they will actually interview you by using some sort of method to see your reaction and to see whether you are the type of person who are willing to go forward and actually work in there. But key point, look up for tengok news, look at the news, and as I said, 18,000 pekerja tadi, I would like to see some of you getting that job. Okay, and good luck on that one.
Okay, baik Doktor. Terima kasih. Kita ada lagi satu soalan daripada Iman Batrisha tadi. Dia ada masalah mic kan. So Doctor, what do you think about exchange program and continuing internship overseas? And do you have encountered any experiences with students that try to land jobs overseas after graduating? Mungkin Doktor ada pengalaman ke dalam student yang bekerja di luar negara lah contohnya kan?
Okay, from local, I suppose no. So what do you think about exchange program? I love that. Exchange program, as I said just now, like the Yogyakarta one, it actually makes you learn a lot. Okay, your place and the place of others, they will have their own resam, dia punya adat, the way they work, the way things is being handled. Just the everyday life is something that you will they'll contribute to your learning. So definitely, if you can do exchange, if you can do internship overseas, please go on to do that. And as I said, internship, maybe you cannot go to companies, but you can actually consider other universities. Okay, Europe usually they suka. If you are technical person, they suka to have you actually have internship there. And the same with Japan. And the thing about Japan, if you can get internship in Japan, the chances of you landing a job there is very, very high. It's very hard to land a job there if you go internship in Japan and they like you. And Japan starting salary dia 4,000 US. So that is something that you might want to consider. Okay, do you encounter any experience trying to land job overseas after graduating? Okay, personally not my own student, but I have actually one or two that I actually know that actually land job in places like Dubai, Abu Dhabi and so on. You'll be very surprised. Dubai, Abu Dhabi, these negara-negara Arab, Asia Timur, they actually are very open to having people from our area going there to actually work. And that includes work at the banks, it includes works at technical and so on, because they have very high regard for us. So that is something that you actually should take advantage of. Yes, please try to do that. Buka banyak, you can actually check at the embassy. Check with the embassy whether they have any opening when it come to job. And then kalau you tengok certain names and you're interested, just masuk web diorang and search. Because if you open up the web, you open up the company, you find that a lot of the company advertise their job there. They advertise their job in there. So please do that. It's something that you should do. I encourage you to actually work overseas, especially ladies. If you can spend about 3-4 years there, that will be good experience. Guys, maybe a bit longer, sebab selalu ladies ni dia nak balik, kecuali kalau dia sangkut dengan orang kat luar lah.
Okay, thank you Doktor. Mungkin kita rasanya mungkin soalan terakhir untuk sesi hari ni kot di chat box daripada Nuatikah. Assalamualaikum Prof. I have a question. As we all know, regarding of this pandemic happens, some company was hiring workers through an application which is Mudah. So hiring workers from Mudah lah, iklan dalam Mudah kot. Can I get your opinion? Is it better to have an interview face to face or is it better online? Mungkin dari segi travelling ke apa, mungkin interview depan-depan ke ataupun online ni, macam yang Doktor cerita tadi lah kot.
This one is actually well, put it this way. Some find that it's much easier to go face to face. If I have a choice to go online last time, I would go online. Because would you believe it, I'm a very shy person. Okay, I'm actually a very shy person. I am an introvert and I am a professional extrovert. So when I speak to you now, I am an extrovert. But if you see me in person, first time I am very shy. So I would have preferred online. So online and face to face actually will fit into your character. Okay, you can actually check your character and you will know which one you actually prefer. But no matter what it is, whether it's face to face or online, just get ready. Just get ready. The nice thing about online is the person can actually see you full. They can actually see your whole body language. So seeing your whole body language might be actually advantageous to some people. So tengoklah. Kalau orang jenis yang tangan dia asyik macam ni je, and you do face to face, you are going to be dead. Okay, so but if you are the type yang memang very good the way you hold yourself, then face to face will be very good. I would prefer online actually.
Ya, saya pernah alami benda yang sama rasanya dengan Dr. Yuziah. Kalau depan-depan tu macam orang kata malu sikit, segan tau. Tapi bila online kita boleh bercakap lah. Betul-betul. Okay, so saya rasa setakat ini sahaja sesi kita untuk hari ini. Para peserta sekali lagi diingatkan untuk mengisi link kehadiran yang telah diberi dalam chat box tadi. Terima kasih banyak-banyak buat para penceramah kita, Dr. Megat, Dr. Ramadan, Dr. Rina Masadah dan Dr. Noyuziah. Sebelum kita tangguhkan program kita pada hari ini, saya nak jemputlah kiranya nak jemput dan persilakan barisan penceramah, para pensyarah, peserta, mahasiswa-mahasiswi daripada semua universiti yang masih ada bersama kita untuk bergambar secara maya. So, kalau boleh onkan cam tu, onkan cam. Sebab kalau ikut yang saya punya panel ni, saya punya window ni ada dalam 10 tab.
Ya, betul.
So, mungkin senyum je lah dalam masa lebih kurang 10 saat macam tu supaya kita ada masa untuk ambil gambar setiap window. Senyum je. Okay, please. Kaku sekejap. Okey, technical unit kalau dah selesai mungkin boleh inform.
Sudah.
Okey, terima kasih banyak-banyak. Terima kasih semua pihak atas kerjasama yang diberikan, para peserta, dosen-dosen, pensyarah, lecturer, para penceramah. Dengan selesainya sesi fotografi tadi, maka selesailah sesi hari pertama program Global Lecture Series Malaysia-Indonesia 2021 yang penuh bermakna bagi kami. Memang setinggi-tinggi terima kasih diucapkanlah. Izinkan saya menutup program dengan menangguhkan program dengan mungkin serangkap pantun. Okey, bunga dedap di atas para, anak dusun pasang pelita. Kalau tersilap tutur bicara, jemari disusun, maaf dipinta. Di atas dahan burung tempua melihat rusa di tepi perigi. Salam perpisahan untuk semua, esok masa bersua lagi. So, sekian sahaja daripada saya, Muhammad Nakiuddin Zulkarnain selaku moderator program pada hari ini. Esok moderator lain pula. So, sekian sajalah tugas saya. Kita tangguhkan dahulu program kita yang akan bersambung pada esok hari. Bermula pada waktu yang sama, 9 pagi insyaAllah. Wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih semua.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you, Prof.
Terima kasih.
Thank you all.
Rina Syarwana.
Jangan ambil gambar curi ya.
See you very energetic from just now.
Baik. Okey, terima kasih semua. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Salam.
Terima kasih.
Thank you.
Jumpa lagi esok ya. Jangan lupa.
Thank you semua.
Thank you, Dr. Tini.
Thank you semua.
Thank you.
Nana, Amir dan mereka. Yusuf.
Terima kasih.
Baik.
Terima kasih UAHO dan juga Unhas. Jumpa lagi esok.
Terima kasih semua.
Terima kasih.
Terima kasih daun keladi esok